Hello there. I'm Lego Lover 117, and I was the creative genius, some might say, behind Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. And this year in 2025, that very show turns 10 years old. If you had told me back in 2015 that show that I created after being inspired by From the Star Wars Home Video Library created by Nathan Butler would take off and become a semi-huge hit here on YouTube, I'd have said you were crazy. But isn't that what all creative geniuses say? We already had a brand new season of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews air earlier in this calendar year, but I thought, why let the celebrations end? And what better way to celebrate Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews' history than to go through it together? When I first started Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews, there wasn't really a season structure to the show. It was, hey, let's just get through as much as we can in one calendar year, and we'll see where we end up. So that's why here in the complete first season, you're starting off with episode 0 and ending with episode 15. Oh, you're wondering why this video is 3 hours long. That's because I've included all of the various supplementals that have come out since the first season aired. A supplemental is basically a mini episode where we go back and take a look at a new copy of product or a release that we've already covered on the show. And boy, there are a lot of supplementals in Season 1, which is why this video ended up being so long. So without further ado, please enjoy the complete first season of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Good night, everybody.
Hello everyone, this is Lego Lover 117, coming back at you with another video. And this video is the pilot episode to a new type of series that I'm bringing to my channel. What's this series about? Well, it's basically VHS and DVD reviews. Basically, what I'm going to be doing is talking about different releases of Thomas and Friends Home Media merchandise, whether it be VHS, DVD, perhaps even Blu-ray if I get my hands on it at some point. Yeah, as you all know, I'm a Thomas Home Media collector, so I thought, well, I talk about this stuff on Skype all the freaking time, like you can't shut me up about it, so I said, you know what? Why not bring this to YouTube as well? So this is going to be fun. I have some great items to showcase here and some really cool stuff to show you all, but I won't be doing it in this video. This video is just, it's essentially episode 0 of this series because of the fact that this is just the pilot, and this is just me talking about what the goal of this series is. And the goal of this series is to, well, show you all the versions of a particular product, where you can pick this product up, if it's still around now, if it's still being printed now. Obviously, if it's a VHS, it's not being printed nowadays. But, and if you all should pick it up, and how you should pick it up. So I'll be answering those basic 5 questions, and such. So, yeah, that'll do it for this video. It's a short video, but that's pretty much it. That is the goal of this series. It's basically me talking to you about different Thomas Home Media merchandise releases, if you should pick it up, if I recommend it, and all that good stuff. We will also be going through the bonus features that are on the particular item, and or if there aren't any to speak of. So, I will see you all in the first review that is coming up, and that will be on my new James Learns a Lesson DVD. I recently picked that up at Walmart for $5, and I thought, why not do that one first? So, I'll see you all in that video. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone and welcome to this first installment of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Last time, we kind of took a look at what the series is striving to achieve and what its purpose is, showcasing the various home media releases of the Thomas and Friends television series and see if it's worth picking up or not. Like I stated back in episode 0, this time around we'll be looking at the most recent release of James Learns a Lesson on DVD. Here's how these videos will be playing out. First, we will look at the history of the specific item. And then we will move into a close-up of the item, which is basically me showing off my copy of the product. And then we will answer the 5 main questions, as always. So, let's not waste another minute, and let's move in to the history of James Learns a Lesson on DVD. James Learns a Lesson has been a part of the Thomas and Friends home media range for a long time now, ranging back to 1990. But we're not looking at its VHS releases, we are looking at its DVD releases, and the only dates that I could find was it was first released in 2005 by Anchor Bay, and then brought it back out in 2009 with the so-called Apple packaging, as I like to call it, and then it was also released again in 2011, and then just recently in 2014. So that's all the history I could find on this item. So let's move in to the close-up, and then once we get back, we will answer the 5 main questions. Alrighty guys, and here is your close-up look at my copy of James Learns a Lesson on DVD. Now, here's how this whole close-up section is going to work out. Basically, after I give the history of the item, which is this item right here in this case, we're going to be taking a look at it, my personal copy, and then after that we're going to go back and answer the 5 main questions. So let's take a look at this. Standard cover art on the front. It's actually the cover art from the 2001 VHS release. Here's your side. You've got your Hit Entertainment logo right up there. You go down the side. It is released by Universal, so this is a recent release, because if you all didn't know, Universal just got the rights to release the Thomas and Friends merchandise on home video and such. Here's your back. Storyteller Ringo Starr. Same kind of setup from the 2001 VHS release. There's your story stops, your Hit Entertainment logo, copyright information on the bottom. As far as bonus content goes on this, there's no bonus content whatsoever. We open it up. We take the disc out. It's essentially the disc from the 2005 release, where it had like that, I call it Apple case, but you've also got Universal stamped on there, so it's a recent release. But yeah, as far as content on the disc itself, you just get the oddly you actually get the original VHS mastering of this on this disc, which I find really nice. I kind of wish that they would have came back and clean up the footage a bit, because it does look like a VHS, but it is still nice to see that Universal does care somewhat. But yeah, as far as bonus features go, no bonus features whatsoever. It's basically a bare bones copy of James Learns a Lesson, which is what you would be getting if you bought a VHS. And oh, actually, there are some trailers on this. There's some trailers for King of the Railway, Dinos and Discoveries, and Tale of the Brave. So you get some sort of bonus content with this, with the trailers. But anyway, guys, that's your all's look at my copy of James Learns a Lesson. And let's go ahead and cut back, and we will answer the 5 main questions. Alright guys, so we're back from the close-up, and you all saw what this product looks like, the most recent release. We're here to answer the 5 main questions. So, question number 1. Where can you pick this product up? Well, I'd say you can pick this product up almost everywhere, really. Anywhere that has Thomas merchandise. Number 2, is this product still being printed today? Yes, it is. Number 3, should you pick this product up? This is basically if I would recommend it or not. I'd say it is nice to have the VHS mastering, and I'm glad that they didn't tinker with it or change it, but it's really not something that you really need to like rush out and go buy right this second. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? I picked mine up at Walmart from the $5 bin, so I'd say check out your local Walmart. You should find it there. And number 5, what price should you pay for it? Well, I'd say around the $5 to $10 range is probably what this release is worth. So anyway, guys, so thank you so much for watching this first installment of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Our next review, what is that? Well, I'm going to be going in kind of a chronological order now. We're going to be taking a look at the VHS releases now, sort of in a chronological order pretty much, because we're starting with the very first standalone Thomas and Friends VHS release, and that is Thomas Gets Tricked by Strand VCI back in 1990. I'll see y'all next time.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. I know what you're thinking, Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost Home Media Review was supposed to come out. Why aren't you doing that? To be honest, the video is nowhere near complete. I haven't even recorded a bit of audio for it yet. I'm recording this video right now on Saturday, and I don't have time this weekend to finish it, so that's being pushed to next week. See, that's the thing when you grow up and have a real job and have a fiance that you're planning a wedding with. It takes up a lot of your time, your real life, and you don't have as much time for YouTube. So I hope you guys understand and aren't mad at me for pushing yet another home media review, but you are getting this content this week. And man, are we going back to a forgotten era of my channel, back when Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews was airing consistently. And this was the very first item I ever covered on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This James Learns a Lesson DVD from 2014. This right here is what kind of inspired that show to come to fruition, and a lot of other outside factors, but me picking this up at a Walmart that is no longer around, I think it's in Malibu Jack's now. So insane to think that this was the first episode of Home Media Reviews. Well, Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews, that is. There's a lot that's changed, especially the background. I know a lot of you have never actually commented on the fact that my blanket has changed. My filming location has never changed. I'm still right here in front of my bedroom window because it gives me the best lighting. However, the background, of course, has changed. It just kind of makes me think about how much has changed since I started doing Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews and then its sequel series later on. You know, I'm engaged now. I'm almost finished with college. It's insane to me to think that back when I first started Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews and I sat down and recorded the close-up for this guy right here, that, wow, I was in high school, had no idea that I was going to even have the opportunity to get married to someone who I love. Am I going through a existential crisis right now? I don't know. I guess I'm just reflecting. Anyway, enough about me and my own personal life. Let's take a look at a new copy of James Learns a Lesson that I picked up recently on eBay. There are a lot of prints of James Learns a Lesson out there. The one that I found that was most prominent on places like eBay, other than this one right here, a lot of people are trying to sell that copy, is this one. This is from 2009. This is from Lionsgate. It's the Apple variant. as I have coined it, or a lot of other people have coined it as well, because it has a little apple outline all around it. So, got Thomas and Friends logo, top of the apple. James learns a lesson in new font, a new photo of Thomas and James. I'm glad that they didn't change that, though, that it's still Thomas and James on the front. It is a new photo, though, and then there's a funnel back there. Whose funnel is that? I just noticed that. Whose funnel is that? Is this from like another promotional photo where there's like Percy or somebody back there and they just cut him out and forgot to remove the funnel? I don't know. Maybe it's like that Spencer glitch that's on every copy of New Friends for Thomas where he has two funnels. Maybe they screwed that up too. Got a little circle down here saying learning is fun. Learn to be patient with others. Ride along and sing along. And then there's the bottom of the apple around it. I'm not quite sure why they chose this poster art style, but it is kind of fun, I guess. It's very clip arty though. Spine, hit logo, Thomas and Friends, James learns a lesson. Portrait of Thomas and James from the front there. More James than Thomas, and then distributed by Lionsgate. If this would stay in focus, that would be just amazing. But it's not going to do that. Distributed by Lionsgate. There we go. The back, got your barcode. James learns a lesson. A blurb about the release. Screenshots from the episodes. I think these are the same ones. Yes, they are. They're just cut differently on this one because they're inside of apples. This one they're inside of weird rectangles. And then your story stops. They are actually printed here on the back. I absolutely love that. You guys know how much I love when they actually print what stories are on this release. And then your bonus content is a character gallery and then the Thomas Anthem sing-along. And down here at the bottom we've got deck specs and legalese and stuff like that. And if we open this up, your disc is a squished up version of this poster art, not of this. I don't know why they didn't choose to change the disc poster art, but that's kind of cool, I guess. So back when I first started Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews, we didn't do menu tours. That came along with, I think it was Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon, because that close-up was so short because I didn't have a case for my Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon, so I can only show you the disc artwork. So I thought, hey, why not show you the menu to try and pad out this video longer? Because I just didn't think it was worth a 3-minute episode. So I thought, hey, let's show the menu as well. So in the episodes prior to that, whenever I showed a DVD, we never got to see the menu. Well, now I'm here to fix that because we're going to do a menu tour on this print of James Learns a Lesson as well as this one. Alrighty, everyone. This should be a throwback to you. We're taking a look at the 2009 James Learns a Lesson first. We've got this animated menu that I think... Didn't this come with Races, Rescues, and Runaways, Cranky Bugs... I think Steamy's versus Diesels also had a menu like this. So it's currently going through the island of Sodor. I'm not going to unmute it because I don't want to get copyright claimed or anything, but as long as I'm talking over it, it should be fine. There's Birdie. Hey, Birdie. Stopping on Thomas. So we've got Play All Stories, Pick a Story, Character Gallery, Sing Along, and Web Fun. Let's take a look at the Pick a Story menu. We've got all 7 of our stories here. Well, 4 of them on this screen. Then you can go over to the next page. And then there's the rest of them. Pretty standard menu there. We've seen that a million times on this show. Take a look at Character Gallery. And your pretty stock standard Character Gallery as well. It's not that character cube type thing, which I think is cooler, honestly. But this one also doesn't have any animations to it. If I just click the arrow thing here, it just skips to the next character. It has no animated movement, which kind of cheap in my opinion. Not really a fan of that. Take a look at the sing-along menu. It's just one song here. It's Thomas's Anthem. And then for the Web Fun tab, pretty sure the narrator is telling us about all this cool stuff here. Let me do my impression of the guy who does all the voices on these DVDs. If you'd like to visit the official Thomas and Friends website, please insert this DVD into your personal computer DVD-ROM drive. You may need a grown-up to help you. ThomasandFriends.com is loaded with exciting features and news about all of your island of Sodor friends. There are lots of activities and fun games to play. You can also find out about Thomas events and visit Sir Topham Hatt's office. Have fun! And literally right as I finish that, it starts playing the release. And will you look at that? This basically just is a VHS dumped onto a DVD. This hasn't been, like, remastered at all. Alright, folks, here we are for the 2014 release of James Learns a Lesson. And wow, this is disappointing. I forgot that there's no bonus content on this release. They stripped away all of it. So we literally only have two options here. We have Play All Stories and Pick a Story. And I'm pretty sure the Pick a Story section is going to be exactly the same as on the 2009 DVD, and it is. Look at that. Wow. Same stories, same menu style and all that. So, I guess that's it. I wish there was more to look at here. I'm kind of upset, honestly, that the 2014 one is such a bare bones release. You know what? Let's take a look at how the stories actually look on this. Let's take a look. Let's do Foolish Freight Cars. And again, pretty much just a VHS rip from like 1992, just dumped onto a DVD disc. No remastered episodes or nothing. So I wish there was more fanfare or ceremony or something in regards to this menu tour, but that's it. That's pretty much all you get with James Learns a Lesson. If I had to recommend a version to get, it's this one by far, because it actually has the animated menus on it. It has the character gallery. It just has more stuff on it. And I think they're both around the same price. I think I only paid like $4, including shipping, to get that 2009 version shipped over to me. And then I think I paid $5 for the Universal print. And I think that's how much that one goes for over on eBay. So this isn't a hard DVD to find, and it's definitely not one that you're paying an exorbitant price for. It was fun, though, to come back to the original episode for Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews and do a supplemental here. I really enjoyed it, actually. It's kind of fun coming back to this old series that is still popular today. Anyway, next week, Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost Home Media Review will be coming out. I promise you that. And then after that, supplementals, more supplementals. We got stuff for regular home media reviews as well as Thomas and Friends home media reviews. And the stuff I have for the Thomas side, I think you guys are going to like it. I have some pretty interesting items to show off. But that wraps up this episode. Thank you guys so very much for watching. And as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the second installment of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This time around, we will be taking a look at Thomas Gets Tricked on VHS. Now, as continuing with last time, we are not looking at Thomas Gets Tricked on DVD. We are strictly looking at its VHS releases. Kind of like how we stuck to just James Learns a Lesson on DVD and not on VHS in the first installment. So let's not waste any time and get right in to the history of Thomas Gets Tricked on VHS. So, Thomas Gets Tricked was the first VHS release of just Thomas and Friends by itself. It was first released by Strand VCI in 1990. It was again released once again by Strand Home Video and Strand VCI in 1993, Time Live in 1994, and Anchor Bay in 2004. So really, Thomas Gets Tricked has lasted a long time on VHS, really. So anyway, that's your history on Thomas Gets Tricked. So let's move right into the close-up. Alright guys, here's your close-up view of Thomas Gets Tricked on VHS. Now the first version I'm going to be showing you all is the 1990 version. This is the original release from way back in 1990. As you can see, the front cover. There's your back with the picture from Edward Helps Out. Your information about the stories and such, copyright information and the like. Here's your side. You've got that Thomas that's usually... There we go. You've got that standard Thomas pick that's usually on every release. Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, way down the side. Strand VCI. Now pay close attention to the Strand VCI logo, because when we look at the 1993 version, the Strand VCI logo will be significantly different. Also, go ahead and take in what this front cover looks like, because the 1993 version does change it up significantly. Now, as it's been stated, 4 out of the 5 Ringo Starr tapes did have red tapes to start out with. Thomas Gets Tricked was, of course, one of them. So, there's your 1990 look at Thomas Gets Tricked, and we'll be comparing it to its 1993 predecessor. So, let's just go ahead and take a look at both of these. Right away you can tell that the As Seen on Shining Time Station sun is not seen on this version. It's actually a yellow band, which I find the sun a lot better. You've also got the image of Thomas is zoomed in on significantly more in the 1993 version. You also don't have this red band across the bottom, Storyteller Ringo Starr. You've got the cloud. Take a look at the sides. Not really any major changes except for the Strand VCI logo. As you can see, this one is red and larger. This one is black and significantly smaller. Take a look at the backs. The backs are almost completely different. You've got this image is from Edward's Day Out. This image is from A Big Day for Thomas. So you've also got this image is up higher on this case. This image has some, Strand VCI information at the top. The paragraphs and the story stops, they're all the same, obviously, and the copyright information is also the same. Show you the tape. It is black, and it has a different label than the 1990 version. So, there's your close-up at 2 different versions of Thomas Gets Tricked, and as you can see, they are significantly different from each other. Okay, so we are back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions. Question number 1. Where can you pick this product up? Well, obviously it's a VHS, so you can't just walk into your local store and buy it. So I'd say eBay or probably Goodwill is where you could probably get this. Question number 2. Is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Question number 3. Should you pick this product up? Absolutely. I'd say that this is essential for anyone to get their hands on who is a really big Thomas fan. I mean, it's just really nice to have these episodes in their original form and also in its original VHS mastering. So absolutely, I totally recommend this product. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Well, I got both of mine off of eBay, so I'd say go to eBay or check out your local hobby shops or something. I'm pretty sure you'll find one there, and they don't go for pretty expensive prices on eBay and such. So
And finally, number 5, what price should you pay for it? Well, I'm going to go ahead and give you a price for the two versions that I have. For the 1990 red tape version, I'd say it's worth about 15 or 20 bucks in that price range. And then for the 1993 predecessor, I'd say around 10 to 15 is what that's worth. So anyway, guys, thanks for watching this latest installment of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. I'm sorry it took me so long to get this out. But anyway, in our next episode, we will be taking a look at James Learns a Lesson on VHS. See you all next time, and as always, good night, everybody. You happy now, Roman? I said it. You better be happy I said it. Hello everybody and welcome back to the supplemental episode of Home Media Reviews. And this is a supplemental episode that I never thought I would make. I know that this goes way back into our history, back to episode 2 of the series. And this is going to kick off a long strand of supplemental episodes on this show. In fact, for the rest of 2016, there's only going to be supplemental episodes. I will say this though, for Halloween and Christmas, I will do Halloween and Christmas themed releases for those holidays. And for those of you watching this in the playlist format and seeing this right after Thomas Gets Tricked way back in 2015, you all are probably thinking I'm crazy right now. So, with all that babble, let's go ahead and jump right into what we're covering. We're covering Thomas Gets Tricked on DVD, as you can see right in front of you, as I stated before. Anyway, this is the original 2007 release. I'll just go ahead and give you a brief history of when Thomas Gets Tricked was released on DVD. Obviously in 2007, like I said. In 2009 with a double pack again in 2015, which means there's a copy out there roaming around that's from Universal, so I gotta try to track that down. So there might be another supplemental episode? Who knows? Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the 2007 version. Now, this is a Wooden Train bonus pack. As we took a look last week at Thomas and the Really Brave Engines, you should be familiar with what a Wooden Train bonus pack is. So, this is what it basically looks like. There's no thing that's saying it comes with a wooden train on here, which is interesting. But it comes in a big fat box here. Pop this open. That's where our engine would be. I think this came with new style Percy. Pretty sure. So you flip this out. Then your DVD would be somewhere in here. Just show you like so. Take that out. Flip this back in. And we close that up. Lickety split. Let's throw the box away and let's take a look at the actual release. Now this is a thick case version, which is pretty cool. That's why that box was so fat. But anyway, this is the thick case version. It's completely new artwork, which I actually like. It's pretty cool that they actually made new artwork for this release. It doesn't make sense why he's pulling the jet engine, though. If you look right there, that's the crate from the front of the jet engine. That makes no sense. But anyway, first ever Thomas episodes. That's cool. That'll get kids to buy this. On the side, we got Hit Entertainment logo. Scroll on down here. Cartoon Thomas is still here. He just won't go away, will he? Anchor Bay. On the back, Thomas Gets Tricked. Narrated by Ringo Starr. That's right. They actually used the original narrations for this, which is pretty cool. Got our blurb. Got a picture from Thomas Gets Tricked. And we got a picture from Come Out Henry. We have our bonus features. I still don't like how they took away the listings of the stories of what's on this. It just says 7 fun-filled episodes. I don't like that. Bring that back, please. We have a sing-along song, Come for the Ride. We have a game. We have a character gallery. And we have a running time. Top is open. We have a squished up version of the poster art. And we have a pamphlet to look at. So, it's the artwork, except it's missing the first ever Thomas stories. There's the difference. Open this up. Gotta look at what the main menu looks like. The pick a story section looks like. Okay, so they list them here. I guess that's okay. As long as they're listed somewhere. We have our memory game, our sing-along song station, and our character gallery. And we turn it over, see a bunch of other products that we can buy. And join the Stars Kids Club. Receive exclusive access to games, news, letters, sweepstakes, and much more. Visit us at www.starshomement.com/kidsclub to join. So, let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of Thomas Gets Tricked. Alright everybody, here's our menu tour of Thomas Gets Tricked from 2007. So we've got that classic menu style. So let's go ahead and listen to a snippet here. Oh, Mr. Hat doesn't want to tell us anything. It's just the new series intro. So, we've got Play All Stories. Let's look at Pick a Story here. So we've got Thomas Gets Tricked, Edward Helps Out, Come Out Henry, Henry to the Rescue. Y'all know these stories by now, I'm pretty sure. A Big Day for Thomas, Trouble for Thomas, and Thomas Saves the Day. Gordon's Memory Game, which I'm pretty sure is just some sort of, like a what came first or something like that. So we're not going to look at that. Let's look at Sodor Memories.
Welcome to Sodor Memories, where you can learn more about all your favorite island friends. Thomas, Gordon, James, Edward, Percy, and Henry.
Ah, we've seen something similar to this. Actually, we've seen the exact same thing on another release. I'm thinking the early years, but I'm not sure. So, whatever release that this first came on, basically you select an engine. Let's select Gordon here. And then you just click whatever you want to hear him say. So let's do an example. I'm pretty sure this is the early years. So let's do When I'm Not So Useful.
I like to show the other engines how strong and fast I am, which sometimes leads me into trouble. I once was ready to make fun of Henry because he was all bricked up in the tunnel. But learn that really useful engines don't make fun of their friends.
Yep, that was from the early years, because obviously that's season 1 footage. So, yeah, we've seen that previously. It was cool in the early years, but I'm not impressed that they repurposed it just for this. So let's look at the sing-along song, Come for the Ride. Pretty interesting. So, that is the menu tour for Thomas Gets Tricked from 2007, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to round out this supplemental episode for HMR. And like I said previously, pretty much for the rest of 2016 is going to be supplemental episodes because of all the different releases I have. I have them in a stack next to me here, and it's a big pile. So, yeah, that's pretty much what's going to happen for the rest of 2016. And oh, the thing's playing. We're just going to let it play in the background because it's muted anyway. You can't hear it. And it provides some interesting visuals while I talk. Well, that's interesting. The footage isn't remastered. Well, that kind of stinks. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was saying about how big the stack of stuff I have here for the rest of 2016 is. For Halloween and for Christmas, I'll go ahead and tell you what I'm going to be reviewing. For Halloween, we are going to be taking a look at Thomas's Halloween Adventures right here in this double pack. And then for Christmas, we are going to be taking a look at the Holiday Favorites gift set. I picked this up on Amazon last year for Christmas, and hey, I really want to do it for an HMR. So that is going to be our Christmas and Halloween episode, so I hope you're excited for that. So, with all that being said, thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to the third and final supplemental today here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. I've said this in the past two supplementals that aired earlier today, but yes, we did have three supplementals, and this is the third and last one. Hopefully I'll never have to air three HMRs in one day again. I promise you guys I'm not just doing this because I get money from this, but I'm actually doing it because I want to get these supplementals out, because I want to talk about the new stuff, because I have some pretty good opinions on the new stuff. Plus, I want to get caught up to modern day and Journey Beyond Soda and all that good stuff, because I want to give my opinions on that. But I have to go back and cover this stuff first. So we've had three supplementals today. This is the last one. It is on Thomas Gets Tricked from 1995. I got this version of Thomas Gets Tricked from the same lot that I got A Big Day for Thomas from 1998 in, and Percy's Ghostly Trick from 1996. These are neither of those two copies of Thomas Gets Tricked. This one is from 1990. It was my red copy, one of the rarest VHS tapes I own. And this is from 1992. This is just a quick refresher, show you what they look like. The 1995 version is this one. It's in that late 90s reprint style. All aboard for magical adventures with Thomas and his friends. They use that exact same line from Percy's Ghostly Trick. They might have used that on all of the late 90s reprints, now that I'm thinking about it. Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, Thomas Gets Tricked and Other Stories. Thomas on the front uses the exact same screenshot as over here. Storyteller, Ringo Starr. Same storytellers for each release. They don't ever mess with the OG Ringo Starr narrated ones. Got Thomas on the side with tracks. Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends. Thomas Gets Tricked. Red Allcroft logo. The back has the Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo, distributed by Anchor Bay. Got your UPC code, live action animation. They actually keep the same screenshots this time. They are the same, unlike with Percy's Ghostly Trick from 1996. I almost forgot the date. Got your blurb about what's on the tape, story stops, and your... I almost dropped it, but I saved it. The tape is exactly the same as any other late 90s tape from that era. Now, this tape is not the super special, rare George Carlin narrated version of Thomas Gets Tricked that has like 3 or 4 extra stories on it that fellow YouTuber and fellow collector Thomas #1 Fan 101, aka Jacob, found in a lot once. That's not this version. I haven't popped this in the player, but I can tell because that's not enough tape to contain, close to, over an hour's worth of footage. That's not enough tape to hold that all. So it's not a rare version, it's just your standard 1995 copy, but I didn't have one, so I figured that this lot would be a great way to get one. So that, ladies and gentlemen, wraps up this supplemental for Home Media Reviews. My voice hurts from doing all this talking, so I'm just going to say thank you guys for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. Today we'll be looking at the different releases of James Learns a Lesson on VHS. This is kind of a throwback to episode 1 of this series where we looked at the same releases of the same title but on DVD. So let's not waste any more time and let's jump right into the history of James Learns a Lesson on VHS. So, James Learns a Lesson on VHS has had a similar lifespan to that of Thomas Gets Tricked on VHS. Like Thomas Gets Tricked, James Learns a Lesson was first released in 1990 by Strand VCI, but with 2 cover versions. The first version had a photo of Thomas and James, and then the second version, once again, was released in 1990, just had James on the cover, which is more commonly known. It was then released by Strand VCI and Strand Home Video in 1993, Time Life in 1994, Video Treasures in 1995, and finally Anchor Bay in 2001. So this had a longer lifespan on VHS than Tricked did, as the lifespan kind of axed itself in the 2000s era, where many of the George Carlin tapes were being reprinted and re-released over and over again. But that's a story for another time. Let's move in to the close-up of my copy of James Learns a Lesson on VHS.
Alright everyone, here's your close-up view of James Learns a Lesson on VHS. Now, the first version we'll be looking at is the 1990 version, the original release. This is just variant 1 of the original release. So as you can see, it's very similar to how Thomas Gets Tricked looked like. You've got the big picture of James here. Actually, in the other variant cover, it's Thomas and James, and you can actually see Thomas's face. You got the band, Storyteller Ringo Starr down there. Take a look at the side. There's that Thomas that we all know and love. James Learns a Lesson, Strand VCI. All that good stuff. There's the back. There's just one of the pictures that you could get with this. You could also get a picture of Thomas and Terrence. And actually, this picture was actually slit down in another release. It was actually down here, and then the paragraph was above it, which was kind of weird. Here's the tape. It is red. This is the original release. Yes, I finally shown my red James Learns a Lesson on camera, so yay, be happy about that. Now this next version is actually just a variant cover version, because this is actually not a James Learns a Lesson tape, but I'll show you that in a minute. This is actually released by Anchor Bay, but it is actually the 1994 or 5 release. This was during the time period where they started reprinting older tapes, and Thomas Gets Tricked also made it to this style of cover. There's that other picture with Thomas and Terrence that you could have gotten on the back of this. It was actually on the 1993 version that I don't own yet. Same paragraphs, same story stops. As you can see, Anchor Bay put this out. The side is pretty much the same, except now you've got tracks under Thomas. So yeah, this is actually not a James Learns a Lesson tape. As you all see, it is Thomas and his friends help out. That was because of a train show mishap, and the seller didn't know what they were selling. I didn't find out until I brought it home. So I have a variant cover of James Learns a Lesson, not a variant tape. So I count that as a half release, or a half owning, or whatever. I really don't know. But anyway, that's your look at 2 or 1.5 versions of James Learns a Lesson on VHS. So we will transition back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now we answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1. Where can you pick this product up? eBay or a local hobby store is where I would go. Number 2. Is this product still being printed today? No, it is not. Number 3. Should you pick this product up? Yes, you should. This is as essential as Thomas Gets Tricked. Number 4. Where should you pick this product up? I'd say eBay. I mean, they really aren't expensive on places like that. And number 5. What price should you pay? As I only own the 1990 version, I'd say about $10 to $15 for that version. Any other variant, I'd say just don't go over $10 for it. It's really not worth it. Alright, so I suppose that'll wrap up this review. Next time, we'll be taking a look at Tenders and Turntables on VHS. A tape that's fairly uncommon and that not a lot of people really own. And yet sellers on eBay think it's extremely rare. Until then, good night everybody, and thanks for watching.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This time around it's a supplemental on James Learns a Lesson on VHS. I don't believe we've done a supplemental to this episode. We might have, now that I think about it. No, I'm thinking back to when we did the whole Thomas and his Friends Help Out / James Learns a Lesson supplemental episode last year. Which, now that I think about it, might also be James Learns a Lesson. No, that was a point 2. Never mind. That was not a James Learns a Lesson supplemental. Even though we did look at the 1995 sticker label version of James Learns a Lesson in that supplemental that was mainly based on Thomas's Friends Help Out. However, this time it's only on James Learns a Lesson on VHS. And this time around, we actually have a bit of a rarer version to look at. You may recall in the original James Learns a Lesson HMR, we took a look at this version. This is the second 1990 version of James Learns a Lesson, right? You know, this is what we saw back in the early days of HMR. You know, the red tape, very rare version. But you can see over here on the right side of the screen, I have recently acquired the first VHS version of James Learns a Lesson, also from 1990. So let's take a look at it here. As you can see, it's a completely different screenshot. However, the tape layouts are identical. It's the identical shade of red as well, if you can tell. It's just the screenshots that are changed. This is, I believe it's a screenshot from Old Iron, I think is what it looks like. And then this is from Edward Helps Out, I think. It might have been a zoomed in image from Edward Helps Out. I'm not sure, but that's what it looks like to me. The screenshot's pretty much the only change. The sides are exactly the same. James Learns a Lesson strand VCI. The backs are also the exact same, featuring the same screenshot from Henry's Special Cole, which is actually a deleted scene from that episode. So yeah, exact same screenshots. Believe the blurbs are the same. I don't take time out of my day to read those. Story stops exactly the same. Everything is exactly the same. It's just that the front screenshots are different. If you noticed earlier, like with this James Learns a Lesson, red tape. But if you take a look at this version, sorry, it kind of gets stuck in there. It's a blue tape. It even has its barcode down there from its original release. So yeah, blue tape. You guys might be thinking to yourself, whoa man, I didn't know that blue tapes were a thing before Thomas and the Magic Railroad came out. Because if you know, blue tapes were used to promote Thomas and the Magic Railroad. However, you would actually be wrong, because the first release of James Learns a Lesson had a blue tape, obviously, as you can tell. I think the first release of Thomas Gets Tricked also had a blue tape. I personally have never seen one. If any of you guys have one, you know, tweet it at me and show me to prove that it exists, because I've never seen one. I didn't even know that a blue copy of James Learns a Lesson existed until about a year ago when I saw a user who I can't remember the name of did an unboxing video on it, I believe. Or maybe it was like a Goodwill Pickups video or something, but he was like, yo man, look at this rare James Learns a Lesson blue tape. And I was like, whoa, I did not know that existed. I can't remember the user's name off the top of my head. If I did, I would shout him out here, but I'm sorry dude, I can't remember your name. So you all might be wondering, Lego Lover, how exactly did you come to acquire this super rare version of James Learns a Lesson from 1990? Well, let's go ahead and say this first off. This version of James Learns a Lesson really is not that rare per se. There's actually a lot of people out there that have this version, and there's a lot of people out there that have this version as well. It seems that red and blue tapes of James Learns a Lesson are extremely common for the most part. However, red Thomas Gets Tricked, red Tenders and Turntables, anything red after James Learns a Lesson is not easy to find. And also a blue Thomas Gets Tricked. I don't know if that exists, so that's probably hard to find as well. Actually, it's a funny story on how I found it. I was actually looking for a 1992 print of James Learns a Lesson. That's the only print of James Learns a Lesson I don't have from the 90s. So I just looked up on eBay James Learns a Lesson VHS, and lo and behold, it was either the second or third option was this right here. It was $9.99 with fast and free shipping, and of course I looked at it, I studied the photos, I pounced on it within the first 5 minutes of finding it, because there was no way I was letting this slip through my fingers. So anyway guys, that's pretty much it for this supplemental. I have not tried to play this VHS in my VCR because I don't want to risk damaging it. I already know that this one does not play as well as it used to, so I'm not risking this or this. This will probably never get played by me, never be watched by me, so I don't know what the picture quality is. It probably stinks because, you know, it's a 1990 print. So that pretty much does it for this supplemental on James Learns a Lesson. If I do end up getting a 1992 print, which, let's be honest, I more than likely will at some point, I will do a supplemental on that. It'll probably be a James Learns a Lesson .2 at some point. So it's a bit of a shorter one this time around, but you know, this is the first supplemental of 2018, so a good track record, I guess. Last year I was doing supplementals week after week after week. Here's to not as many supplementals for HMR 2018, guys. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This time around, we're taking a look at another VHS copy of James Learns a Lesson. I know in the past we've had several supplementals relating to James Learns a Lesson. No, I think we only had one. We only had the one where we took a look at the blue copy, which I'll show you here in a minute. But here's just a refresher. This was my original 1990 print of James Learns a Lesson, which is, of course, red. I like to brag about that every chance I get. And then a few years down the road, I found the blue copy of James Learns a Lesson, which is not all that rare, surprisingly enough. A lot of other people in the community actually own this. It's one of the most common blue tapes out there that were originally released. But it's still cool to have because it's a rare collector's piece. Well, collector's piece, not rare per se, but it's nice to have, I guess. Nice to brag about that as well, that I have both versions of James Learns a Lesson released in 1990. But the one copy of James Learns a Lesson I was never able to get, maybe not able to get, willing to get, I guess I should say. I have found multiple auctions for the 1992 James Learns a Lesson VHS for probably the last like 3 or 4 years, and I just never got around to actually buying it. I don't know why I didn't have it. It was the only 1992 print I didn't have. I don't know why I just never got around to buying it, but I fixed that a few weeks ago. Here it is, the 1992 version of James Learns a Lesson. Britt Allcroft logo up there at the top, story seen on Shining Time Station, Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, James Learns a Lesson, and other stories. Nice picture of James down there on the bottom. You'll notice it uses the other printing of James Learns a Lesson's poster art instead of this version, which I like this picture a lot better than this one. This one just looks like a weird screenshot that somebody grabbed randomly. This one actually looks like it was meant to be a VHS cover. Storyteller Ringo Starr down there in a little cloud as per usual. The side, Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo again, James Learns a Lesson, Strand VCI, product number in the VHS logo. The back, your barcode, distributed by Strand VCI, screenshot of Thomas looking angrily at Terrence, live action animation, your blurb about what's on the tape, your story stops, and copyright information down at the bottom. This also does not use the same screenshot from this version of James Learns a Lesson, or the original version. Actually, the screenshot's been changed. Wow. I did not expect that. I haven't looked at the backs of these in probably a good year or so, so I didn't expect the screenshot to actually be changed, but it is. Good job, Strand VCI, I guess. You made variants. And then here is your tape. You can see mine is actually a Strand home video release of James Learns a Lesson here. So as I said earlier, it is finally nice to have a 1992 version of James Learns a Lesson. My collection is not complete per se, but in my heart, it is finally complete. There was always a little piece of myself that was missing, that was always with James Learns a Lesson from 1992. And until I got it, I would never have that piece of my heart back. So now I have it. Cool, I guess. Now I have to find somewhere to put this stinking thing. That is my life now. I have to find places to put my collection. I'm running out of space for these stinking VHS tapes. It is insane. So anyway, I want to thank you guys so much for watching. Bit of a shorter supplemental here, but it's just a VHS. We don't have a menu tour or anything, and there's minimal difference between the three versions. Except that one has a different screenshot and a blue tape. Actually, they all have different color tapes. What am I talking about here? Thank you guys so much for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. And right now, we'll be looking at the different releases of Tenors and Turntables on VHS. So, let's not waste any more time and let's jump right into the history of Tenors and Turntables on VHS. So this marks a landmark in this home media reviews series, since we have reached our first tape that never made it past 1994. Tenors and Turntables was originally released back in 1990 by Strand VCI, same with our previous two tapes, and then it was re-released in 1993 by Strand Home Video and Strand VCI, and Time Life in 1994, and that's when its lifespan just stops. This never made it to the era in the late 90s where a lot of George Carlin tapes and two of the Ringo Starr tapes were being reprinted and resold over and over again. No, unfortunately, this tape never made it to that era, and it also never got a corresponding DVD release. Most of the stories will show up on later releases, just not the tape itself. So anyway, let's move in to the close-up of my copy of Tenors and Turntables on VHS.
Alright guys, and welcome to the close-up for Tenors and Turntables on VHS. Now, this time around, I only have one copy to show you. It is the 1993 print that was released by Strand VCI and Strand Home Video in later years. So I don't have anything to compare it to except this image of the 1990 version. This is the first time I've ever had to use an image to compare a VHS before. So, let's look at it here. As you can see on the 1990 version, the picture of Thomas is zoomed out significantly, and I find that that's the case with most of these 1993 releases. They have their pictures zoomed in on, which I don't really see the point in doing that. There's the top of your tape. You've got the Britt Allcroft in red, which looks really nice. You've also got the Shining Time Station Sun. It is now white instead of yellow because the tape packaging is yellow. On the side, there's that Thomas that we all know and love. The spine is pretty basic. Strand VCI. There's the back. That's from Percy Runs Away. You've got your Strand VCI Entertainment copyright information up there. You've got your story stops on the bottom and your paragraph about what's on the tape and such. You know, one thing I really don't get about this release is the fact that you have the three main episodes from the Trouble in the Shed arc, as I like to call it. You've got the Henry Special Cole episodes, and then you've got Toby the Tram Engine. But the one thing I don't understand is, why put Thomas Comes to Breakfast on here? I mean, that doesn't make any sense, because you don't get the other episodes from the arc. In fact, those don't show up until significantly down the line, until at least around 1993 to 94, at least. And that, I find, is a bit weird, and is one of the many screw-ups that we'll see in these releases. the kinds of stories that they put on them. You've got the tape. It is, of course, black, and you've got black ink. So this is an original print from Strand Home Video. Now, one error I actually find funny on this is if you look at the packaging, it says Tenders and Turntable and other stories, when really it's actually called Tenders and Turntables. A lot of people overlook that. It's also the same on the spine, Tenders and Turntable. But on the story stops, it's labeled Tenders and Turntables. Like I said, a lot of people overlook that, and I guess their eyes just fill in the S. You've also got another mishap, Toby the Train engine. It's Toby the Tram engine. So that's why. You've also got listed down here is the other volumes that are available. There's the other volume numbers. As you can see, you've got Tricked, you've got Lesson, you've got Breaks the Rules, which we will look at in a future episode, and then Better Late Than Never, which we will also look at in a future episode. Remember that this is 1993. All of the Ringo Starr tapes had already been released in the US at this point, and so they would know when the other volumes had already come out. So, that's your close-up look at Tenders and Turntables on VHS, the 1993 version. Let's cut back and we'll answer the 5 main questions. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now we will answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1. Where can you pick this product up? Well, it's a VHS, so just like the last 2, eBay or a local hobby store. Number 2. Is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3. Should you pick this product up? Yes, you should. This is not as essential as Tricked or Lesson. Number 4. Where should you pick this product up? Again, eBay or a local hobby store. And number 5. What price should you pay? You definitely don't want to go over $10 for this. So, anyways, that'll wrap up our look at Tenders and Turntables on VHS. It's kind of sad because our next 2 episodes will share the same fate as this release. As for our next episode, we will be looking at the releases of Thomas Breaks the Rules on VHS. Thanks for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello there everyone, welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This supplemental is of course on Tenders and Turntables, as you can see right here in front of you. This was our original, in quotes, print that we took a look at back in the OG HMR for this. This was the 1991 print, Tenders and Turntable. As I should probably have said earlier, it's not turntables, it's turntable on here on all sides. I don't know why or how that kind of error got past the censors over at Strand VCI, but it did. This is just a quick refresher, of course. So this is the 1991 print. However, I did mention there was a 1994 Time Life print of Tenders and Turntables and a 1990 print also put out by Strand VCI, back with James Learns a Lesson and Thomas Gets Tricked and all that stuff. So other than the 1991 print, what other copy do I have to show you? Well, it's not the Time Life one. That one's extremely rare. I've got the original 1990 print for us to look at today. This, of course, is in the style of, as previously mentioned, James Learns a Lesson, Thomas Gets Tricked, Thomas Breaks the Rules, and Better Late Than Never, although Better Late Than Never was released in 1991, so it technically doesn't count as part of these original reprints, original prints per se, but it does keep the same VHS artwork style as these did. So we've got the Brett Allcroft logo, Thomas Tangen and Friends, Tenders and Turntables. It's been fixed, you can see. This is also a lighter yellow than this one is. This is more like a a butter type of yellow, and this is more blaring heat sun yellow. I don't know. Story seen on Chinatown Station, a little red triangle up there. Never mind this S that came from the previous seller, or maybe it's not an S. I honestly don't know what it is, but they drew on this with a marker, which I'm not happy about. But we've got the same images on the 1991 print with Storyteller Ringo Starr down there at the bottom. Here's the side. Sam Thomas is on the 1991 print. The sides are virtually the same, except for the color. And the Strand VCI logo is different. There you go. Now you can really see the difference in the yellows. Backs are virtually the same. Same screenshots on both. But the barcode's been moved down here. And there's the screenshot and everything. Legalese and all that good stuff. Also, this tape on the side, this was extremely worn whenever I first bought it off of eBay. This tape was from the seller, and it's held up pretty well. But this tape down here, that was my contribution to this tape to stop the case from completely ripping apart. So that's why you see tape on there, because this was in very poor shape when I first got it. Now I know what you're probably thinking. Wait a minute, Lego lover. The original 1990 prints were all put out with red tapes. Does this mean you have all 4 red tapes? No, it does not. Got y'all good, didn't I? Y'all thought this was going to be a red tape, but guess what? It's not. I thought this was going to be a red tape when I bought it off eBay, but the seller didn't provide any images of the tape in the listing, and I took a chance. This was like $13 or $14 back then. So I thought, hey, I'll take a chance. I wonder if it's red, and it turns out it's not. But that's okay, because I still own all 4 of the original 1990 prints with the OG boxes and such. I just need one more red tape to complete my set of reds. So I'm not sure if we're going to have any more supplementals on Tenders and Turntables. I'm not actively searching for a red copy of Tenders and Turntables or a Time Life version, because that one's extremely rare. So I'll just go ahead and wrap it up here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hey guys, and welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This time around, we'll be looking at the different releases of Thomas Breaks the Rules on VHS. So let's not waste any more time, let's jump right into the history of Thomas Breaks the Rules on VHS. Like I said before, the history of this product is very, very brief. It was first released in 1991 by Strand VCI, and then released again in 1993 by Strand VCI and Strand Home Video. Yeah, pretty short lifespan this tape had. So let's move right into the close-up, since the history is so brief, of Thomas Breaks the Rules on VHS. Alrighty guys, and welcome to your close-up view of Thomas Breaks the Rules on VHS. Now, as in the last episode, which was Tenders and Turntables, I only have one copy to show you. It is the 1993 version. I'm not gonna, try to do what I did with, compare it to a picture on my phone like I did last time, which I really didn't do that last time. So let's take a look at the cover art here. You've got that image from, what was it? I think it was Double Trouble, I believe. And you've got that coal-covered Thomas, which I really don't see why they use this image. Up here, you've got your standard Thomas and Friends. The Brit Allcroft logo is back to being yellow, and the Shining Time Station Sun is changed back to being yellow as well. On the side, there's the Thomas that we all know and love. Strand VCI, Thomas Breaks the Rules, and such. We look on the back. There's the copyright information for Strand VCI, the photo from... Okay, there we go. There's the back image with Henry and Bluebell. you've got your paragraph about what's on the tape, and your story stops as usual. And it also has the other volumes listed below it. This is 1993. They knew which volumes were available. Again, the tape is black. It is black ink, so this is an original print of a Strand home video copy, which is interesting because on the jacket it's Strand VCI, which was also the case with tenders and turntables. So that's your look at the 1993 version of Thomas Breaks the Rules. Let's cut back and we'll answer the 5 main questions as always. Okay, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time we answer the 5 main questions as we always do. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? As with the last 3 episodes, eBay or local hobby store. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? For this one, I'd say, yeah, go ahead and get it, but it's not as essential as Tricked or Lesson. I'd say it's about the same level as Turntable was. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Once again, eBay or a local hobby store. And number 5, what price should you pay? You should definitely not go over $10 for this. Alright, so that wraps up our coverage of Thomas Breaks the Rules on VHS. So our next episode will round out our coverage of the Ringo Starr narrated tapes in the US. We'll be looking at Better Late Than Never on VHS. As always, thanks for watching, guys, and good night, everybody. Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to an unexpected supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Yes, I know, you're probably thinking, duh, Lego Lover, you just put out the Sticky Situations HMR this morning. Why are you doing a supplemental now? Well, as stated in the Rusty to the Rescue supplemental that was uploaded last week, I did too many of these last year, so I'm trying to not necessarily kind of crap out these supplementals I have. I have about 5 or 6 already in the can right now. I'm just trying to get them out in a more feasible manner. I don't want to push the normal timeline any farther than I already have. Currently, we're set to hit King of the Railway in April, Tale of the Brave in June. I don't want to change that or anything. So I'm just trying to do as many as I can right now so that I don't have to push the normal timeline back. And we can finally get caught up to modern day and be able to cover some new kind of weird stuff in the Thomas & Friends home media market. So that's your reasoning on why I'm uploading a supplemental on a day where I've already done a regular HMR. So, as you can see on your screen, we're taking a look at Thomas Breaks the Rules. This is a supplemental I never expected I would have to do. And you are probably also thinking, Lego Lover, that's not a new copy. That's the same copy you had in the original HMR. I don't know why I make you guys, the viewers, sound like idiots, but that's just a funny voice. But yes, you would be correct in thinking that. This is the same Thomas Breaks the Rules we looked at back in the original HMR, which, god damn, that came out a long time ago. 2015, I think, is when the Thomas Breaks the Rules HMR was uploaded. So anyway, here's a quick refresher on this. This is the 1992 early reprinted version from Strand VCI, just in case you forgot what it looked like. Here's your tape, and of course the top that I mentioned in the HMR is tape shut and has Thomas the Tank on the top of it. So that is the copy that we looked at back in the OG HMR. This is the new copy. This is the original 1990 version of Thomas Breaks the Rules, which I never expected that I would actually own. So, let's take a look at it here. If we compare the two, you can already see the difference here. This green is much brighter than this green. And this is in the style of the James Learns a Lesson and Thomas Gets Tricked 1990 prints that I also own. You've got Brett Allcroft up there on the top. Stories seen on Shining Time Station up there in a little yellow triangle, unlike on this one where it's at a sun. Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo is centered, like on this one. Thomas Breaks the Rules and Other Stories, the title has remained virtually unchanged. Also, the screenshots are not changed. This one is just zoomed in a little bit more, with this one having more of a wider angle on it. Storyteller Ringo Starr down there at the bottom in the red bar, along with the Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo on the side. And over here, it's just a little cloud. The sides are virtually the same. Same Thomas, same logo, same title. Just the Strand VCI logo on this one is bigger and more prevalent than on this one. Also, this one's colored red and gray. This one's black. Just pointing out obvious changes here. But hey, it's for the sake of comparison. Kind of interesting how they laid the back of this one out. The blurb is up here at the top next to the UPC code. Story stops are underneath it, and the screenshot is down at the bottom, where normally the screenshot would be up at the top, and all this would be at the bottom. So, kind of an interesting way to lay it out. It's a whole lot different than this version, but the screenshots are the same, as far as I can tell. So those are the cases and what they look like. Let's see what the tapes look like, okay? We already saw this tape. So, feast your eyes, viewers. This is my third red tape. This is Thomas Breaks the Rules and Other Stories, Strand VCI Home Entertainment. Really nothing has been changed with the labels. It's just the fact that this is now, or this was, a kind of a whitish label, and this now says Strand VCI. That one over there says Strand Home Video. Their name hadn't officially changed by 1992 when that was released, but they were going through the change, and some of their releases were labeled Strand VCI, some were labeled Strand Home Video. It was a weird thing. It's kind of like CBS Fox and Fox Video going through the name change back in the 90s. Or wait, back in the 80s. Yeah, the 80s. So, again, third red tape. There's no barcode or anything on the side, in case you were wondering. So, I can now brag and say, hey, I got 3 red tapes. Haha. Now again, you all are probably shouting, Lego Lover, how did you find this? Well, it was actually kind of a freak thing. Apparently, I'm very lucky when it comes to Thomas VHS tapes. I am not exactly lucky with the ladies, but I'm lucky with Thomas VHS tapes. I literally just searched up Thomas Breaks the Rules VHS, and this was the second option. I considered for maybe 3 seconds whether or not I should buy it. I looked at the pictures for maybe 2.5 seconds, and said I cannot pass this up, and purchased it. I might have overpaid just a little bit. This did cost me $14. However, it did have free shipping, and it's red. So I think I paid a pretty appropriate price. Now, there will be some out there saying that this is not all that big of an accomplishment because Thomas Breaks the Rules is the most common red tape. However, it is still rare. Okay, all 4 of the OG red tapes, because better late than never did not get a red tape, they're all rare. It's just Thomas Breaks the Rules seemingly pops up on eBay more often than the other 3, and a lot of other community members actually own this. But hey, what do I care? I'm just happy I have it. So, I can now, again, brag and say, hey, check this out. Never in my life have I ever thought that I would see this one day. You know, 3 red tapes, 3 original 90s printings. It's amazing. It's really amazing. I cannot say whether or not Thomas Breaks the Rules got a blue tape. Last week in the James Learns a Lesson HMR, when we took a look at this version of James Learns a Lesson with the blue tape, I can also say I own this one too, I said I didn't know if Thomas Gets Tricked had a blue tape. I have now recently found out that yes, it does. So, I don't know if Thomas Breaks the Rules has a blue tape. I don't know if Tenders and Turntables has a blue tape, because Thomas Breaks the Rules came out after Tenders and Turntables. So I don't know if either of them have a blue tape. If any of you guys know, then feel free to let me know down in the comments below. But that pretty much wraps up this supplemental on Thomas Breaks the Rules from 1990. I want to thank y'all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This is episode 6, I believe, is what we're on right now, and man, I cannot believe that this series has made it to episode 6. I never thought it'd be this popular, actually. It's averaging about, 200 views per episode now, so thank you guys very much for supporting this series, and go ahead and tell your friends about this series who are interested in Thomas and Friends Home Media, because I personally love doing it. But anyway, that's not what we're talking about here. This isn't a thank you video. I just wanted to address that because you guys are my fans and I love you. But what are we looking at this time? Well, we are rounding out our coverage of the Ringo Starr US VHS releases with Better Late Than Never and Other Stories. This is kind of a sad time, guys, because after this, Ringo Starr, he's kind of out the window, guys. The only other times we'll see him is in the early years box set and in some later James Learns a Lesson releases. After this, Ringo he's kind of forgotten, but he's on the early years, so anyway, let's stop my rambling and let's get into the history of Better Late Than Never on VHS. So the history of Better Late Than Never and other stories on VHS, again, is very, very brief. This release was first released in 1991 by Strand VCI, just like Thomas Breaks the Rules, and then re-released by Strand Home Video in 1993. This was never given a Strand VCI release. So if I say that in the close-up, I just want y'all to know this did not get a Strand VCI release. That was actually a goof in the spine. Yeah, Better Late Than Never had a really short lifespan, but let's move into the close-up of my copy of Better Late Than Never on VHS.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up view of Better Late Than Never on VHS. Just like the last two episodes, only one copy to show off. This is the Strand VCR 1993, otherwise known as Strand Home Video 1993, re-release of Better Late Than Never. Now, this version of Better Late Than Never actually holds a nostalgic place in my heart, but we will get to that in a minute. Let's just look at the casing here. So it's a similar style to the other 1993 and 1994 reprints. As you can see, it's purple, so it's pretty bright. And for some reason, you have duck on the front. Really don't know why they put duck on the front of the case here. Actually, in the 1991 original print, it was Thomas. So this is a complete change. Maybe it's because duck was featured primarily in most of these episodes that are on this tape. On the side, as usual, there's that Thomas that we all know and love. We go down the spine here, Better Late Than Never, Strand VCI. On the back, you've got your Strand VCI copyright information, a great picture from Better Late Than Never, your paragraph about what's on the tape, almost said film, and your story stops, and also the other volumes that were available at the time. We take the tape out. As you can see, it's a Strand Home Video reprint. As you can tell, because the Strand Home Video is not completely black, it's red with black on it. So, and this does have the Strand Home Video logo at the beginning and the end. So this was a pretty late print, actually. Now, the reason this holds such a soft spot of nostalgia in my heart is because when I was a wee young lad, I'm actually not that old right now, but when I was young, we still had Blockbusters around in my area. With Blockbuster, when I was young, they had Thomas VHS tapes there. I think I only saw them twice, and the only one I ever rented was this one, and it was this exact same print. This better late than never. I remember walking in and seeing Duck on the cover, and I was just like, holy crap, that's a Thomas tape I don't own. I've got to see it. And obviously they didn't have the tape inside of the jacket. They had like little like styrofoam inserts placed in there, so you had to actually like bring the jacket to the front counter so you couldn't like steal it, which was a smart idea. And the tape came in one of those hardback cases that had, you know, Blockbuster's name on the front of it. You open it up, you got the tape inside. The other VHS tapes that I saw there was they had the reprint of James Learns a Lesson jacket on one of the shelves there, but I didn't see any others. But I only rented this once, and to be honest, I was actually kind of pissed off when I rented this because the story contents that they put on there were, obviously, better late than never. The entire Pop Goes the Diesel arc, the Gordon Takes a Dip double thing, and then the Runaway, which is kind of a weird one on there because it really has no correlation with any of these other stories. But neither does Better Late Than Never. So, the reason I was kind of pissed off about this is because, as we'll see in future releases, most of those stories are already on Thomas Comes to Breakfast, which at this time, this was the first time they were ever released. But later, in the later 90s, Thomas Comes to Breakfast came out, and it featured the George Carlin narration of the Pop Goes the Diesel arc and Gordon Takes a Dip. Down the Mine wasn't on Thomas Breaks the Rules. It was actually on Thomas and His Friends Help Out. But Better Late Than Never and The Runaway I had never seen because I didn't own Thomas's Friends Get Along when I was a kid. I owned Thomas Comes to Breakfast and Thomas's Friends Help Out. So I had already seen those stories, but with a different narration. So it kind of pissed me off when I popped this in the player and I watched Better Late Than Never, and then Pop Goes the Diesel comes on screen, and I'm like, this is the exact same story, just with a different narrator. What the heck? I've been cheated. I never rented this again because of the fact that I knew what contents were on the tape, and I didn't want to just have two stories that I didn't already own. So yeah, that's a little trip down nostalgic road for me, and that's why this is one of my favorite VHS tapes to date. That's your close-up view for the 1993-1994 reprint of Better Late Than Never, and a bit of a nostalgic journey into Lego Lover's heart. Let's head back, and we will answer the 5 main questions as always. Actually, I lied to you guys. There's one more thing that we need to look at. I actually do own Better Late Than Never on a separate release because of the fact that, well, I have this bootleg version, Better Late Than Tricked, that I burned a while back, and, you know, it's not a legit home video release, but I thought it was a nice honorable mention because, you know, it's the first time it's ever been put onto DVD. Not officially, but still, it's an honorable mention, and I like it.
Alright guys, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1. Where can you pick this product up? Well, eBay or a local hobby store, which has kind of been the same thing for these past few episodes here on Home Media Reviews. Number 2. Is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Unless you count my bootleg version. Number 3. Should you pick this product up? This is kind of hard for me to judge because this tape is very, very nostalgic for me, but I'd go ahead and say, if you want those original narrations, then yeah, go ahead and get it. But if you already own Thomas Comes to Breakfast, Thomas's Friends Get Along, and Thomas's Friends Help Out, you don't need this. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? eBay or a local hobby store as usual. And number 5, what price should you pay? Just like with last episode, definitely don't want to go over $10 for this. It's really not worth it. So anyways, guys, that rounds out our coverage of Ringo Starr on VHS. But don't worry, we still have a lot more VHS Thomas to cover before we can ever dream of getting to DVDs. Trust me, there's a long road of VHS history to get through before we can even think about stuff like that. But anyway, next episode, we will see the first George Carlin U.S. release of Thomas and Friends. What is that? Well, it's Trust Thomas on VHS. So anyways, thank you guys for watching, and as always, good night everybody, and I'll see you next time.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to yet another supplemental here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This supplemental is on Better Late Than Never. Yes, I know, this is the same Better Late Than Never we took a look at back in the original HMR. I'm just going to give you a quick refresher on it. This is the version that was released from 1993. The reason you can tell that is because of the Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo. If you have a logo that looks like this one, which is now popping up on your screen right now, you have a 1994 copy. So, Brett Allcroft logo, Shining Time Station, duck on the front there, Storyteller Ringo Starr. Mine's not the best shape. A friend of mine from way back in the day actually did send this to me, but not really in the best of condition. I'm actually thinking of looking for a new one because this one's kind of falling apart. Thomas there on the side. Thomas logo, Better Late Than Never, Strand VCI. You remember this, right? This was only back in 2015 when we covered this release. And we slide the tape out. Strand home video underneath there. So, that is the 1993 print. The print that we'll be taking a look at is this print. This is the original 1990 version of Better Late Than Never. Start off, Brett Allcroft logo. Story scene on Shining Time Station. This is in the style of Thomas Gets Tricked, James Learns a Lesson, and Thomas Breaks the Rules, all from 1990, and all of which I own. Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo in the center, Better Late Than Never. And wow, the screenshots are actually changed. On this one we have Duck. This one we have Thomas from Thomas Comes to Breakfast, which doesn't make any sense because that episode's not on this release. This one actually does make sense because this features the Duck stories, or the Duck story arc. Actually, that screenshot is from The Runaway, so that doesn't make any sense. But anyway, Thomas from Thomas Comes to Breakfast. I really like this more than that. I think this looks pretty cooler, I guess you could say. I'm running out of words to say here. Storyteller Ringo Starr down there with a yellow bar at the bottom. And this very kind of rare sticker, recorded in SP standard play with enhanced sounding graphics, covering up the Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo. I am not going to take that sticker off because that's kind of rare, and I kind of like little memos like that on classic VHS tapes. Same Thomas as before, pretty much the same side. You just have the bigger Strand VCI Entertainment logo with more color added to it. Backs, pretty much the same blurb, I assume. Story stops, and the story stops are now up here, which again is very weird. I believe that was the same case with the Thomas Breaks the Rules 1990 print that I own. This is just weird. And then the screenshots down at the bottom. Screenshots, by the way, are exactly the same. But I just find that weird. We also got tech specs down there at the bottom. Live action, approximately 40 minutes, and color. Slide this out. There's your sticker label. Now I know what you're thinking. Hey Lego lover, why is it just red? It's from 1990. Better late... Oh shoot, I just realized. I've been saying that wrong. This is not from 1990. This is from 1991. I just looked over at my source. It's over here on my laptop just across the screen. I really don't feel like going back and refilming this now, so we're just going to roll with it. We're going to roll with it. I'm not editing this out or anything. This is actually from 1990, so please don't correct me in the comments. I figure it out in the video. So, that's also the reason why this is not red. Better Late Than Never did not get a red tape. The only red tapes were the original 4 printings of Thomas Gets Strict, James Learns a Lesson, Tenders and Turntables, and Thomas Breaks the Rules. Now, for those of you wondering, hey, why didn't Better Late Than Never get a red tape? I don't know. I can't tell you. Honestly, though, Better Late Than Never is pretty much one of the easiest original releases to find. It's really not hard to find one. It's just pretty hard to find one for a decent price. So anyway, that's your supplemental on Better Late Than Never. I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hey there guys, and welcome back to Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. In our last episode, we rounded out our coverage of the Ringo Starr narrated releases of the Ringo Starr narrated VHS tapes. And it was pretty short. There were only 5 major releases that were released in the US that we had to look at. But now we move on to a bigger and kind of a better era. The George Carlin era of Thomas & Friends on home video. This is going to be one long era that we're going to take a long time to look at. There's a lot of different releases that will take about maybe a month to 2 months to cover. What are we looking at this time around? Well, it's Trust Thomas on VHS. The very first time that George Carlin made his debut on VHS. So let's not waste any more time and let's get into the history of Trust Thomas on VHS. So Trust Thomas was first released by Strand Home Video in 1992, Time Life in 1994, Video Treasures in 1995, and finally Anchor Bay in 2003. That's pretty much all the history of the releases. Let's stop talking about the history, which was longer than many of the Ringo Starr VHS releases, if I may add, and let's move into the close-up of Trust Thomas on VHS. Alright everyone, here's your close-up view of Trust Thomas on VHS. Now, this time around, we are looking at the 1992 original print of Trust Thomas on VHS. This is the only copy I have to show you. Kind of a trend now, but yeah. Here's the top. You've got your Thomas & Friends logo, the Shining Time Station Sun. Trust Thomas, you've got the big image of Thomas right at the front. Storyteller George Carlin, and I actually quite like this picture, because it actually relates to the contents on the tape. We will talk more about that when we get to the reprint of Thomas Comes to Breakfast and how that doesn't make any sense. On the top, or on the spine, there's that Thomas we all know and love. Move down the spine, Strand Home Video, they finally got it right. On the back, there's your Strand Home Video copyright information, a picture from Henry's Forest, your blurb about what's on the tape, and of course the story stops. You look at the tape, black ink, all black ink, so yes, this is an original copy. Okay, that's as best as it's going to do. There it is. There's your tape. You can see Strand Home Video. They finally got it right on the box and the tape. They didn't get it right in the actual contents of the tape though, because actually when you pop this in, it plays the Strand VCI logo, which, I don't know, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. So really nothing major to go over with this tape or anything else. It looks really nice. I like the orange. Actually, I think it was the Time Life release, you actually had a change in the logo. You actually had this logo change from more of the fat cloud than the skinny cloud. It looked more like this logo, as you can see. And that was the Time Life version, I believe. So, that's your close-up look on Trust Thomas. Obviously, this tape lasted until the end of Thomas's lifespan on VHS. Hopefully, I can get my hands on those other two releases, and if I do, as usual, we'll come back and look at those releases if and when I ever pick those up. So let's drop the close-up and let's go back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Okay, so we're back from the close-up and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? eBay or a local hobby store. I know you guys are probably sick and tired of hearing me say that. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? The VHS version, which is what we're talking about, no, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? I'd say go ahead and find it. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? eBay or a local hobby store. And number 5, what price should you pay? You definitely don't want to exceed $10. So that rounds out our coverage of Trust Thomas. It's a nice little release and it's got some pretty good episodes on it, minus Henry's Forest. But next time around, we'll be looking at the second George Carlin release in the US. Thomas gets bumped because George Carlin was just so good, they brought him back for another release. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Today we'll be looking at Trust Thomas on DVD from 2007. This is an original release from 2007 that I bought off eBay in a lot with Day of the Diesels. And as you can probably tell, I have a lot of supplementals coming your way, so I'm trying to break it up. I'm trying to do a bi-weekly system where I put out a regular HMR, and then the next week is a supplemental, and then after that it's a regular HMR, and after that it's a supplemental. I've sort of tested this with Calling All Engines and James Goes Buzz. So I hope y'all like that format, and I hope you don't rage at me because I have so many supplementals, but I'm sorry, but I've just been doing a lot of buying recently, obviously, with this recent eBay purchase. Actually, this wasn't recent. This was a couple months ago that I picked this up. And then after this, we have 2 more supplementals that we've got to get through with, and then that'll mark 6 supplementals so far for 2017. So that's a crazy amount of supplementals. It's already pushed back the master schedule pretty far. We're actually not going to get into the CGI era until May of 2017. So that's crazy. Sometimes I wish I could just put all these out in one big dump. But, unfortunately, it's just not how I run things. Anyway, I've rambled on for long enough about my schedule and all of that. And I'm pretty sure if you're watching this in the playlist, this probably makes no sense to you, because Trust Thomas was one of our original 10 HMRs that were put out back in 2015, late 2015. Geez, it's been so long since we've taken a look at Trust Thomas, but here we are with the DVD version. So let's go ahead and take a look at it. We have the artwork here from the 2003 VHS version with the purple around it, which doesn't make much sense because the 1992 VHS was orange and it had a shot from Trust Thomas on it. Now it's been changed to purple, and Mavis is the front cover, or the main focus of the front cover. That doesn't make much sense. I mean, yes, I understand that Mavis is on this release, but it's called Trust Thomas. Shouldn't Thomas be the main focal point? I don't know. It's kind of like with Thomas Comes to Breakfast, how in the later VHS version they had Henry as the main focus. Also, ironically, unfortunately, that had a shot from Trust Thomas on the cover, which also made zero sense. But anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the cover here. There's a shot from Trust Thomas, but I believe that's like, that might be like a behind-the-scenes photo, because I don't think that shot was ever in the actual story. Inside, Cartoon Thomas. There he is there with the DVD logo underneath him. We scroll on down here. We've got the Anchor Bay logo. I'm trying to keep this in focus. There we go. We've got the Anchor Bay logo down there. That's how you can tell that this is an original release. You can also tell that by the fact that this is thick plastic. You can't feel it through the camera, but trust me, this is thick plastic. On the back, we got storyteller George Carlin, making tracks to great destinations. Got snapshots from Henry's Forest and Toby's Tightrope. We got our blurb, got our bonus features and our story stops, and then our legal copyright information on the bottom here, along with the hit logo. Open this up. Didn't come with a pamphlet or anything, so we don't have to look at that. But here's our disc, which is a squished up version of the poster art. You know, back when they did poster art on their discs. I do kind of miss that. So anyway, let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of Trust Thomas.
Welcome to the Thomas and Friends DVD experience. Welcome to the island of Sodor. I'm Sir Topham Hatt, and this is Thomas. I hope that your journey here was a pleasant one. We can't wait to take you on the exciting adventures of Trust Thomas. Thomas is getting ready to visit some of his favorite places on the island, so get your tickets and hop on board for non-stop excitement. To watch all the adventures of Trust Thomas, select Play All Stories. If you wish to select one of your favorite adventures, please choose Pick a Story. Trust Thomas has an exciting game for you to enjoy. To play, select Sir Topham Hatt's Word Fun. Get to know your Island of Sodor friends by visiting the Character Gallery. For more fun, there is also a sing-along song. With so many places for you to explore, you and Thomas had better get started. Have fun!
Alright, so here we are for the menu tour for Trust Thomas. As you just heard Sir Topham explain to you, here's all of the options we can do. So let's go ahead and transition into Pick a Story. There's really no need for me to explain it. Topham already did that for us. So our story stops are Trust Thomas, Mavis, Toby's Tightrope, No Joke for James, Percy's Promise, Henry's Forest, and The Trouble with Mud. Pretty good stories all around, except for Henry's Forest. Henry's Forest is just kind of meh, but all the other ones are really good. Yes, I for one really like The Trouble with Mud. Sue me. Sir Topham Hatt's Word Fun. I really don't think we need to play that game. Let's take a look at the character gallery. And of course, it is that standard character gallery that you get on every single release. And what the heck is Gordon doing first here? That's kind of weird. Who comes next? Is it Thomas? Yep, it's Thomas. That's weird, though. Maybe this is like the Best of Gordon character gallery render that they used and accidentally put on this disc. Because Best of Gordon came out a couple years previous to this DVD release of Trust Thomas. So maybe that's the case. I'm not sure. Let's take a look at the sing-along song. It's Harold the Helicopter, and interestingly, if you choose Play All Stories and you watch the thing fully, after The Trouble with Mud, Harold the Helicopter just starts playing at the end. So it's like an old school VHS where the sing-along song comes at the end of the special. So that pretty much wraps up our menu tour and our supplemental on Trust Thomas. I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. What's up, everybody, and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is Trust Thomas. Again, I know what you're thinking.
Lego Lover, you've already done a supplemental on Trust Thomas, and I don't see any 1990s reprints sitting here. Why are you doing another supplemental? These copies are exactly the same. Why are you doing another supplemental on Trust Thomas? Well, you'd be wrong in saying that, because this supplemental is on the 1994 Time Life reprint of Trust Thomas. And the reason I have my original print sitting over here from 1992 is we're going to compare and contrast them. So if you couldn't tell, 1992 print, 1994 print. You probably can already notice some differences between the two, but let's go ahead and look at the original 1992 print to start off here. There's what it looks like. There's the side. We've already seen this in the original HMR, so I'm not going to go into too much detail about it. There's what it looks like on the back, and there's the tape. So there's your quick refresher on that one. Now let's take a look at the 1994 reprint. As you can already tell, the logos are not the same. This logo is a little bit more squashed with the steam cloud in more of an oval shape. This logo, however, is more of a fat oval with the logo actually taking up the entirety of the steam cloud. They are also a different shade of orange. This orange on the 1994 print is darker than this orange on the 1992 print. Other than that, there really isn't any other difference between the two. The pictures of Thomas are exactly the same. Storyteller George Carlin is exactly the same. We take a look at the sides here. Again, it's darker. You can obviously tell it on the sides more than on the front. Same picture of Thomas on the sides. Scroll on down. Strand on the 1992 print, but Time Life on the 1994 print, which makes sense. Time Life did put the 1994 print out. We take a look at the sides, or the backs, sorry. Look up here. It says distributed by Strand Home Video, but if we look over here, QFE, Quality Family Entertainment. I think that they are a division of Time Life. You can also see the Time Life logo right there, but QFE should sound familiar. QFE put out the original prints for James Goes Buzz Buzz, Thomas's Christmas Party, and Percy's Ghostly Trick. So if that doesn't sound familiar, then I don't know why it wouldn't. The pictures of Henry are exactly the same. There's just a slight difference between the placing of the two pictures. This picture is actually a little lower than this one. And on the bottom here, there's our blurb about what's on each of the tapes and our story stops on both of our tapes. This story stops section is actually a little shorter than this one, and the blurb is a little bit more squished than this one. So I've already showed you the tape for this copy, but if we take a look at the tape for the Time Life reprint, it's very interesting. Take a look at it here. It's ink labeled, obviously, Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, Trust Thomas and Other Stories, and we have legalese and stuff at the bottom. Copyright 1985, 1986, Brett Allcroft, and the Time Life logo underneath it. However, the thing that I find most interesting about this tape, not only is it ink labeled, and ink label really wasn't the norm until the early 2000s, but if we take a look at the placing of the label, it's printed in a portrait mode, while this is a landscape mode. Of course, if you've ever used a smartphone in your life, you know that people who film with portrait mode are noobs, and this is like a portrait mode type ink label on the tape here. So that pretty much wraps up the similarities and differences between these two Trust Thomas VHS tapes. There's nothing really interesting in terms of the content on each tape. It's mainly just the opening logos that are different. This Trust Thomas starts off with the Strand logo. This one starts off with a little FBI warning and then the Time Life logo. And then it's basically all the exact same content. So that, ladies and gents, pretty much wraps up this supplemental. I'll go ahead and tell you that I got this Trust Thomas on eBay for about $5, I would say. I pounced on it when I saw that it was a Time Life ink labeled copy, because I know that the Time Life version of Trust Thomas, it's not rare per se, but it's relatively uncommon. You don't really see them pop up on eBay a lot. You see this 1992 print pop up a whole lot more than this version. So like I said before, this pretty much wraps up our supplemental, and I just want to say that there will be a second supplemental coming out today at around 3 p.m. And it is going to be on my Wooden Train bonus pack version of Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon. Just thought I'd let you all know that so you weren't confused when you saw 2 HMR supplementals in your subscription box. So, again, want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hey there guys, how are you? And welcome back to another LEGO Lover 117 video. And this time we're back with home media reviews. So the particular item that we're going to be looking at today is Thomas Gets Bumped on VHS. How's about I not waste any more time and get into the history of Thomas Gets Bumped on VHS. So Thomas Gets Bumped on VHS was released by Strand Home Video in 1992, the same year as Trust Thomas, Time Life in 1994, Video Treasures in 1995, and Anchor Bay in 2003. So this tape made it through a lot of eras, and as far as I'm concerned, it's a pretty popular tape. Without further ado, let's move into the close-up of my copies of Thomas Gets Bumped on VHS.
Alright guys, here's your close-up view of Thomas Gets Bumped on VHS. So let's take a look at this. As you can see, we have the case is now white, same kind of style to all the other releases. You've actually got the letters printed in blue now, which I actually quite like. It makes the letters jump out a little bit at you. On the front, you've got Harold, which I never really understood. I mean, the title of the tape is Thomas Gets Bumped, right? What's Harold doing on the front? And that's actually a picture from The Runaway. I don't know why that's there. Storyteller George Carlin. On the spine, as usual, there's that Thomas that we all know and love. We move down the spine. Strand Home Video. They still get it right. On the back, Strand Home Video copyright and address information and such. A photo from Thomas, Percy, and the mail train, which it's actually cut off at the end there. I don't know why. Kind of a goof. Your blurb about what's on the tape and such, and your story stops, and also the other volumes that are available stopping at Trust Thomas, because at this point no other volumes had been released yet. We pop it open. There's the tape. It's a reprint, actually, from Strand Home Video. You can tell because of the red on the Strand logo. So if you guys are wondering if your Strand tapes are reprints or originals, just check out the label on the tape. So that was the 1992 Strand Home Video print. Just like with Trust Thomas, this was also released in 1994 and 1995 by Time Life and Video Treasures. But I don't have those two copies to show you. The other two copies I have are actually the 2003 Hit Entertainment release. Yeah, this is back when Hit actually cared about making VHSs. So here's the front cover. Again, it's in that classic kind of style of jacket that I grew up with. We finally have some printing on the top, so that's nice to see. If you didn't already know, many of these tapes on the top, they're just blank. So it's nice to see that we're actually getting some printing of the title on the top. Again, they kept the Herald. I don't know why. He really has nothing to do with this tape, but at least this is actually from Thomas Gets Bumped. On the side, there's that cartoon Thomas that many of us have grown to hate. Hit Entertainment's logo. On the back, you got two images from Donald's Duck and Diesel Does It Again. You got your blurb about what's on the tape, and then the exact same story stops. That little Thomas in the corner, which we'll see in these later releases. And then visit the Thomas and Friends website at thomasthetankengine.com. This is an ink label. This was back when Thomas on VHS was dying. They started doing ink. No more stickers. So, that's the 2003 version. Looks a lot like the DVD that hit released in 2006. Or maybe I should say that the DVD looks a lot like the VHS. Anyway, the next copy is also from 2003, I believe. This tape was also available in a multi-pack, as you can see. It's one of those train gift packs. It says here on the top, Wooden Train Bonus Pack. And for some reason, this came with Mike. Why did it come with Mike? I don't know. You tell me. There's the same cover on the front, on the back. The back of this is basically elongated to fit the new big style of box. Same blurb, same pictures, same story stops. Except now you've got a little blurb about Mike. Mike is a small but robust engine full of determination and sticking power. He enjoys the occasional tease, but acknowledges the importance of teamwork. And you've got Mike's prototype picture over there. So, nice little information about Mike and the character that you're getting, because a lot of kids probably didn't own Mike, and so Hit was like, oh, well, let's just put him in the double pack. Perhaps kids don't own Thomas Gets Bumped. It's interesting how you have to actually get the tape out. You have to actually unfold the top. I find that kind of weird. It's the same tape as the regular 2003 version, with the ink. So, yeah, those are your three versions of Thomas Gets Bumped on VHS that I own. I kind of call this one the souped up version of this standard release, because you're getting a wooden train with it. So it's kind of a souped up version, I guess, as you could call it. So that's your close-up view of 3 copies of Thomas Gets Bumped on VHS. 2 of them are pretty much the same, but one of them is incredibly different. So, let's move back, and we will answer the 5 main questions, as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1. Where can you pick this product up? eBay or a local hobby store? Said that a lot in this series. Number 2. Is this product still being printed nowadays? The VHS version, which we're talking about, no, is not. Number 3. Should you pick this product up? I'd say, yeah, you should. If you can find it really, really cheap, yeah, I'd give it a recommend. Number 4. Where should you pick this product up? eBay or a local hobby store. You guys could have guessed that, couldn't you? And finally, number 5. What price should you pay? For Thomas Gets Bumped, I would say stay in the $5 to $10 range. You definitely don't want to go over that. So anyway, guys, thanks for watching episode 8 of Home Media Reviews. We're close to cracking double digits here, guys, and hopefully we can get to triple digits. Until next time, thanks for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Thomas Gets Bumped from 2006. So yeah, just thought I'd give you all a quick recap here. So in 1992, you could buy this version of Thomas Gets Bumped on VHS. It's in that old 90s style. We took a look at this back in the original HMR for this. And then you could buy a reprinted version in 1995, which looked something like this. What's this? A close-up within a close-up? It's close-upception. Whoa! I'm going to stop that now. In case you're wondering what that was about, yes, this is a close-up within a close-up because I now have the 1995 copy of Thomas Gets Bumped on VHS, and I didn't feel like doing its own supplemental because honestly that would be kind of cheap because it would be very short, and I thought just throwing it in here would make perfect sense. So let's go ahead and jump in and take a look at it before we jump back to the Thomas Gets Bumped on DVD HMR that you all came here to watch. So this is the 1995 version. As you can see, it's in that style of the middle to late 90s reprint versions, like the James Goes Buzz Buzz that we've looked at. It was also in the style of some originals from the early and late 90s, like Thomas with the Special Ed, Thomas Meets the Queen, stuff like that. It's very similar to its original 1992 counterpart. As you can see, the white here is just a little bit lighter, used on the 1995 VHS. The logo has also changed. Same picture of Harold, however. Storyteller George Carlin is now more prevalent on the 1995 VHS. On the side, it's not the cartoon Thomas, it's the regular Thomas on the tracks, which is similar to the 1992 VHS, except there's no tracks underneath him. We scroll on down here. Britt Allcroft at the bottom. The backs are relatively similar as well. You can see here this was distributed by Strand. This is Anchor Bay. That's how you can know it's 1995. You get a Time Life copy, it's 1994. That's the difference. They use the exact same picture for each release, but the live action animation is more prevalent on this one, and also the picture is smaller on this one. As you can see, it's kind of shrunk on this one. I think that's to fit the gargantuan our story stops are at the bottom here, which I still don't like how they set this up because it's weird. It goes across and then down. When I was a kid, I used to think it went like zigzag, but I don't know, maybe I was just dumb. So anyway, that's the back. There's the blurb. Tape is in that late 90s style of sticker with the simplistic Thomas Gets Bumped and Other Stories with Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends underneath it. Again, very similar to late 90s reprints and late 90s originals. And then just for comparison's sake, there's the label from the 1992 VHS once again. I actually think this one doesn't look as simplistic as that one because this one actually has a Strand home video logo on it that's actually colored. So I think this one looks more simplistic than the 1992 version. So that's the mini close-up on the 1995 copy of Thomas Gets Bumped. But anyway, I've wasted enough of your time with this close-up within a close-up, so let's jump back to our original close-up of Thomas Gets Bumped on DVD. You could also buy a later reprinted version on VHS in 2003. It's in that newer style, of which I know and love. And then there was also a Wooden Train bonus pack version, which I presume came from 2003, 2004 or such, and it came with Mike. So now this brings us to 2006 when Thomas Gets Bumped was first released onto DVD. This is that release here, so enough with the history. Let's move in to the close-up section. Here's our release here. It's the exact same poster art as the 2003 VHS version, just extended with Harold looking a little bit bigger there and more of this image of Thomas and Sir Topham Hatt being shown. You can see that the sheds are more pronounced in the background and Sir Topham Hatt's car is more pronounced on the DVD version, more so than the VHS because the VHS looks more like a full screen image. This looks more like a widescreen image, except that this is also in full screen. On the side, we have our cartoon Thomas, as always. Our DVD logo, we scroll on down here. Thomas Gets Bumped. I find it interesting that this is white, but this is yellow. It is the exact same text, but it's yellow here and white on the side. I find that interesting. And there's our Anchor Bay logo down at the bottom. So look on the back here. Making tracks to great destinations, storyteller George Carlin. Ignore the sticker here. This came from Amazon, so there's a different kind of UPC code stuck onto the case here. I'm not going to try to tear that off because I have bad luck whenever I try to tear stickers like this off of my DVDs and Blu-rays and such. So we've got a picture from Donald Duck, and from Diesel does it again, the exact same screenshots that are on the 2003 VHS version. There's our blurb. I'm assuming it's the same blurb. I'm not going to take the time to read it. Bonus features are listed here. We've got a character cube, read-along story, sing-along song, and a DVD game, and our story stops are listed down below. Open this up. Mine is actually broken. My copy is actually broken. There's a little plastic piece that goes right here that locks the case in, and it's gone, so it only locks at the front here, but I guess that's okay. There's our disc. It's a squished up version of the poster art, and it did come with a pamphlet, so let's take a look at it, that pamphlet here. Exact same poster art. Let's open it up. All aboard for exciting adventures with all of your Sodor friends. That wasn't a very good Stop Hat impression. I'm sorry. We have our main menu and what that looks like. Pick a story section. Which island picture is different? I believe that's our game. Read along, sing along, and our character cube. And on the back we have some advertisements for other Thomas and Friends home media products, along with a little circle underneath telling you if it's available on VHS, which a lot of these are. And you've also got a little advertisement for some books as well as the Railway series. That's interesting that they threw that in there, because we all know how much Hit loves to ignore the Railway series, except nowadays we've got Mr. Perkins reading the Railway series, which is really cool. So, now that that's all said and done, let's go ahead and jump right into our menu tour of Thomas Gets Bumped on DVD.
Hello, I'm Sir Topham Hatt, and this is my friend Thomas. Welcome to the island of Sodor. It is time to have some fun with Thomas and all your other Sodor friends. We can't wait to take you on the exciting adventures of Thomas Gets Bumped. Thomas is getting ready to visit some of his favorite places on the island, so get your tickets and hop on board for non-stop excitement. To watch all the adventures of Thomas Gets Bumped, select Play All Stories. If you wish to select one of your favorite adventures, please choose Pick a Story. Thomas Gets Bumped comes with an exciting game for you to enjoy. To play, pick Which Island Picture is Different game. Get to know your island of Sodor friends and learn fun facts about them in Thomas's character cube. For more fun, there is also a sing-along song and a read-along story. With so many places for you to explore, you and Thomas had better get started. Have a splendid time.
Alrighty everyone, so here we are at our menu tour for Thomas Gets Bumped. I cannot say that title without stuttering. Struggles of life, I guess, when you have a stutter like me. So anyway, yeah, Sir Topham just explained everything that's on the menu here, so let's go ahead and jump right into it. Let's move into Pick Story. As we usually do, we have the title I can't say without stuttering, so I'm not even going to try. Everett, Trevor, and the Really Useful Party. Diesel does it again. Gordon and the Famous Visitor. Kind of said the Diesel one with a stutter there. Donald's. I can't say any of these titles. Frickin' Donald's Duck, Percy and the Signal, and Thomas Percy and the Mail Train. God, I can't say half those titles without stuttering. It's the struggle of my life. So, we have a game which island picture is different. Not going to play that. We don't ever play the games on this show because I'm not a child. We're moving into the character cube here. It's basically the exact same character cube that we saw a couple releases ago. I can't remember which release it was, but we have seen this prior to this. So, explanation thing ends, I'm going to jump through the character cube and we'll see if there's any new characters, and if there isn't, then we'll jump straight back to the menu, and if there is, then I'll showcase them here.
Bulgy is a bad-tempered double-decker bus who is out to close down the rails and free the roads. He has no scruples and knows how to tell a lie when he's in a tight jam, which is why he and Diesel are friends. Bulgy was originally taken out of service by Sir Topham Hatt for stretching the truth.
Bulgy and Diesel are friends? I didn't know that.
He is a good-natured crane engine brought to the island to help with the loading and unloading of freight. No job is too big for him. He's used in the yards, the docks, and building sites, but his true home is the Sodor Waterworks. Although at first the other engines teased him for his unique look, Harvey, with his breakdown crane, soon proved that he too was a really useful engine.
Harvey likes the waterworks. I'm learning new things every day. Alright, so other than Harvey and Salty and a couple others, there really isn't anything new here. So, yeah, I played two that I thought were new and interesting for you all. That's interesting, though, that Harvey likes the waterworks and Bulgy and Diesel are best friends. I never knew that. Maybe that's not canon. Who knows? Hey, maybe they'll bring in the waterworks in the CGI series, and maybe that's where Harvey will work. Now we're here at the sing-along song menu. It's accidents happen now and again, sometimes just by chance. That is a really good song, though. I really like Accidents Will Happen. It's one of the most remade songs I've ever seen in my life. Like everybody remakes that song at some point, and they all get millions upon millions of views. Maybe I should do that one day. Let's look at the read-along story. It's Thomas Tells a Lie. Oh dear, that's an interesting title. Maybe I'll look at that. Probably not, though. Anyway, that wraps up our menu tour for this up here, because I'm not even going to try to say it, because I'm just going to have to edit out a bunch of stuttering. So, thank you all for watching the Supplemental HMR, and as always, good night, everybody. Howdy folks, welcome to another LEGO Lover 117 home media review. Yeah, sorry I've been moving at a snail's pace with these reviews, guys, but hopefully I can churn out a few more. Hopefully, we will see. But this episode, we are looking at Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon. So let's not waste any more time. Let's move right into the history of Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon. So Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon was first released by Strand Home Video in 1993, Time Life in 1994, Video Treasures in 1995, and Anchor Bay in 2003. And those are just the VHS versions. It was then released onto DVD in 2006. Wait, what? I mentioned the DVD version and not just the VHS? What's going on? This is not right. Well, you'll find out what's going on in the close-up segment. So, let's move right in to the close-up of Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon. Alright everyone, here's your close-up view of Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon on VHS. This is the original 1993 edition. So yeah, here it is. We'll go ahead and look at the cover. As you can see, it's gray. Different color than they've used it in the past. And there's the Shining Time Station Sun, Thomas and Friends, the Bert Allcroft logo, Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon right there. And we come down here to a photo of all characters, Bill or Ben on the front of this. I believe it's Bill is the face. But my question was always, why did they use Bill on the front cover of this? Because the title of the tape is Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon, and Thomas, Percy, or a Dragon is completely absent from the front cover of this. I just found that kind of interesting. They'll fix it on later versions, as we'll look at later, but this is just kind of interesting to me. Storyteller George Carlin, and mine does have the original sticker, voted #1 license of the year, Thomas Higgins and Friends, 1993. So that's cool. Right here on the spine, there's that Thomas that we all know and love. We move down the spine, Strand Home Video right there. On the back, there's your Thomas and Friends logo with the Strand copyright information. Picture of Birdie which I guess kind of makes sense. Your blurb about what's on the tape, and then your story stops, and then your other volumes that are available leading up to Thomas gets bumped. If we look at the tape, as you can see, it's sticker label, strand, home video right there in a smaller font. This is a later version. And that is your look at Thomas Percy and the Dragon 1993 VHS version. Now, in 1994 and 1995, there were other versions of this produced. It was yellow. Like up here, it was yellow. It was in the style of like that reprint of James Learns a Lesson that we looked at back in episode 3 of this series. And yeah, that's what it looked like. It looked like that, but it also had Bill on the front cover. I don't have that version to show off to you, but you saw it in the history portion of this video. But anyway, before we move on, I want to go ahead and look at a quick side note here and show you all the DVD version from 2006. It's only the disc. I don't have the case to it, but this is the disc that was originally released back in 2006 by Hit Entertainment or Anchor Bay. So yeah, as you can see, yes, they did fix, sorry, I hit the tripod there, but they did fix that problem I mentioned about having, Bill on the front cover. They fixed it, so it's Percy and the Dragon now, so it actually is relevant to what's going on in the actual release. And since this is the first time we've ever looked at a DVD on this main show, pretty much. I know we looked at one back in James Learns a Lesson, but that was more of a supplemental episode, just as a pilot. I'm going to go ahead and give you all a little tour of this DVD. Since I can't give you a tour of the case, I'll just go ahead and show you the DVD. So let me go ahead and pop this in the player, and we will take a look at it. Alright, so we're here at the DVD menu. I've got my TV muted because I don't want to get copyrighted for this. But yeah, as you can see, our menu is in that style from back in 2006, from when I started releasing Thomas and Friends on DVD. As you can see here, it's Percy, not Thomas this time, because it's Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon. It would have kind of been nice if they had Percy and Thomas, but that's just my opinion. So, as you can see, it's actually Sir Topham Hatt's talking to us right now, but we can't hear him because I'm a jerk because I have him muted. But he's showing us like all the types of features that are on this, as you can see right on your screen right now. You can play all stories, you can pick a story, you can paint my color of an engine. That's a game we'll look at. You can go to the character gallery, the sing-along song, or the read-along story. So, yeah, that's the content of Thomas Percy and the Dragon. The bonus features are what are as follows right here. Pretty standard bonus features, only one game, and the sing-along song is Every Cloud Has a Silver Lining, and the read-along story is, of course, Thomas Percy and the Dragon. I mean, yeah. That's pretty obvious there. We're not going to look at the character gallery or the Paint My Color game or anything like that. But yeah, that's your tour of Thomas Percy and the Dragon on DVD from 2006. Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? eBay or a local hobby store, or sometimes, on rare occasions, for the DVD version, you might be able to find it at like a Walmart, a Target, or something like that in like a bargain bin. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? As far as I know, no, this has not gotten another reprinted version since 2006, which is pretty sad because I actually am quite fond of this release. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Yes, I do recommend that you pick this product up in its DVD version. Its VHS version, really only a collector's item, as many VHSs are,
but the DVD I highly, highly recommend. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? eBay or the bargain bin at Walmart, pretty much. And number 5, what price should you pay? For the VHS version and for the DVD version, don't shell out over $10 for it. Stay in the range of around 5 or 10 for both. Alright guys, that wraps up this review on Thomas Percy and the Dragon. I hope you all enjoyed it, and I hope you're glad that I finally got another home media reviews out. Yeah, at this rate, when I graduate college, I will just be getting around to the CGI era. So anyway, next review is going to be on Daisy and Other Stories. I have some ways I could improve that tape, and well, you'll find out what those ways will be next time. So, as always, thanks for watching, and good night, everybody. What's up, everybody, and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas and Friends at Home Media Reviews. This supplemental is on a Wooden Train bonus pack copy of Thomas Percy and the Dragon. Now, I know what you're all thinking. Hey, are there going to be other supplementals on the other Wooden Train bonus packs that you've picked up, Lego Lover? Because if you don't already know, I picked up 4 Wooden Train bonus packs a couple months ago in a lot for about $6. It was a good price. Here are the other 3, just in case you're wondering. Christmas Wonderland, Chocolate Crunch, and A Big Day for Thomas. I've made the choice to not do supplementals on those 3, mainly because those tapes we've already looked at, and we'd really only be looking at the differences in the packaging, you know, like how it's bigger and what engine it comes with. So I've made the choice not to do supplementals on those. However, at this point, you should have seen A Big Day for Thomas's Wooden Train bonus pack segment get inserted into the supplemental on A Big Day for Thomas, so you really shouldn't be worrying about me doing a separate episode on that because you've already seen that. However, for Chocolate Crunch and Christmas Wonderland, we're not doing supplementals on those, mainly because, again, we'd just be looking at packaging and they'd be like a minute long, so I don't want to cheat you all on that. Also, I think this supplemental has been a long time in the making because Thomas Percy and the Dragon is one of the highest viewed HMRs in the history of HMR. I have no idea why. I guess Thomas Percy and the Dragon is some people's favorite release, but that is one of the most viewed HMRs I've ever created. Again, have no idea why, but hey, I'm not complaining. That's like 23,000 views right there. So, as I always do in these supplementals, let's go ahead and give a brief summary of Thomas Percy and the Dragon. It was first released in 1993 in this style of packaging, which we looked at in my original HMR that came out like in 2015, I think. I'm really bad with remembering dates, so I think it was 2015. That was also the same year as the prototype Frank, if anybody else gets that joke. If you don't, that made no sense to you. It was then reprinted in 1994, 1995, and 1996 with this kind of packaging. And in 2006, it was reprinted onto DVD with this style of disc. Still don't have the case for it, so just the disc. But this copy is from 2003, which I neglectfully forgot to mention. This is what it would have looked like in 2003 minus this thing right here. Let me just put my arm over it like that. That's what it would have looked like minus the arm. So let's take a look at it here. We've got Thomas Percy and the Dragon and Other Stories. This is also what the DVD cover from 2006 would have looked like. It's got the dragon, it's got Percy down there, Sir Top Matt scolding him. Mine, he said.
Percy, look at this. Yes, sir. I am, sir. My best trousers, too. Yes, sir. Please, sir. I'm going to stop that now. But if we look over here, it's a Wooden Train bonus pack, obviously, so limited edition printed up at the top. There's where our item would be. This was highly used, so the plastic has unfortunately come loose from its glue right here, but that's alright. And as you can see, it would have come with an express coach. Now, none of these Wooden Train bonus packs that I have picked up came with the engines. I really just bought them for collectors' purposes, and plus they're really cool to have. So on the side, Thomas with the sun behind him, or just a yellow circle. I like to call it the sun, because that's what it looks like. Scroll on down, Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon, Ghislaine. On the back, here's what the back of the 2003 VHS would have looked like as well, minus this down here, and it would be a lot skinnier. Storyteller George Carlin. You've got a snapshot from Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon, and I think that's from Scarf for Percy. There we go. I almost forgot the episode for a second there. Got our blurb, got our story stops, and we have a little bio about the express coach. The express coach is popular with passengers because of its smooth ride and comfortable seats. It is usually pulled by Gordon, which makes him very proud. Indeed it does. And let me show you the top. Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon, Wooden Train bonus pack. That's where I get the name for these. Open up the top. Our tape is inside. Look at that. It is ink label. This is my first ink labeled copy of Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon, and they're not relatively easy to get because people usually want to charge, 10 or 12 bucks a pop for one of those, and I don't really know why. That's also another reason why I wanted to do a supplemental on this pack specifically, because I've never showed an ink label version of Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon on the show, so I thought I'd do that here. So since there is no menu, because this is not a DVD, there's no menu to it, so that, ladies and gentlemen, pretty much wraps up this supplemental on Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon. Thank y'all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello there everyone, welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Before we get started here, I just want to say thank you to everyone who tuned in to the revival season of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews that just recently wrapped up last week. That series did amazing. It exceeded my expectations in terms of views and feedback from you guys. I'm so happy that you all enjoyed it. For this supplemental, we are going to rectify a mistake that happened in the previous episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews that this item comes from. This is Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon, disc only. You remember, this was my childhood copy from when I was a kid. I don't know what happened to the case, honestly, but all we had was the disc to look at, and I think this might have been the originator of menu tours for Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews, because I remember this close-up was extremely short, so I decided to start doing menu tours. And I still get fans to this very day asking me to go back to releases that I neglected to give menu tours to. And I am considering it. I just don't know how much substance that would be for an entire supplemental. I don't know if that would justify its own supplemental, but I am considering it. I'm talking it over with the producers and such, and we're going to get that worked out here pretty soon. This, however, does lend itself to having a full-on supplemental because I have acquired a full-on case for Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon. Here it is here. Picked this up at FYE for an incredibly cheap price of $4.99, basically like $5.30 after you had sales tax. It was perfect. I was like, there's no way I'm leaving this behind because I can make a video out of it. So, here we go. Thomas & Friends logo up at the top, Thomas, Percy, and the Dragon, and other stories. You've got the Chinese dragon there on the front, and Percy from a Scarf for Percy down there at the bottom. This poster always intrigued me as a young child because it didn't have a specific character on it. It had the Chinese dragon. And the Chinese dragon was not a character in my eyes, at least. It was just an object, and I was pretty shocked to see that they actually included it in the full-on poster for this release. Unfortunately, mine does have a little bit of damage to the actual paper artwork. That did not come from the store, that came from me. Well, it kind of came from the store. It still had a security sticker on top of it, and the poster art was actually like, let me show you here, let me give you a brief example without showing the rest of the release, because that's spoilers. The artwork was up like this, and the sticker was over top of it. I pulled a little bit too hard, and some of the artwork actually came off. Not a big deal to me, at least, but I know some people are going to be asking, hey, did you buy it damaged like that? No, that was totally my fault. I should not have tore as hard as I did, but it's not a big deal for me. The spine, Cartoon Thomas, DVD logo, Thomas and Friends, Thomas Percy and the Dragon, Anchor Bay logo with your product number. The back features a storyteller, George Carlin. You can tell this is a later release because it has Making Tracks to Great Destinations there on the side. UPC code, screenshots from Thomas Percy and the Dragon, and a scarf for Percy. We've got a blurb about the release, bonus features listed up at the top, character gallery, read-along story, sing-along song, and a game, and your story stops listed below. Running time, visit the Thomas & Friends website, copyright information, legalese, all that good stuff. Hit logo also down there at the bottom. That's also how you can tell this is a later release. And if we open this up, look at that. It's the same disc. Isn't that cool? It's the exact same disc. This didn't have any inserts or anything in it when I bought it, so we can't look at any of those. So this $5.30 that I spent was purely for collector's purposes. I did not need a case for Thomas Percy and the Dragon. I had the disc, I had the release, I did an HMR on it, but to feel complete and to feel good about my life, I needed the case. And I wanted to make a video out of it because people had been linking me eBay auctions and such for years, telling me, hey, you need to buy the case version. With that all being said, though, guys, that wraps up this very short supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. I will see you all next time. Good night, everybody. Hey there guys, welcome back to Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is going to be on Daisy, and technically Percy Takes the Plunge. We'll get to that later in the history section. Let's move into the history of Daisy. Daisy is quite a weird release, to be honest with you guys. I'll be talking to you in the close-up section on how I could improve this tape, but anyway, here's the history on it. Daisy, he was first released by Australian Home Video in 1993, Time Life in 1994, and Anchor Bay in 1995. But that's only the VHS part. Yes, this was re-released onto DVD, but under a new name. That's right. Anchor Bay, for some reason, or whatever company released this, said, hey, you know what, let's change the name and scam some people out of some money because they probably already own this, but they're gonna buy it anyway because it's under a new name, and we're just not gonna say what stories are on it. And that's kind of what they did here. This was re-released in 2008 under the name Percy Takes the Plunge. If you didn't know what you were buying, you were basically screwed out of your money because you were basically
Like, ooh, Percy Takes the Plunge, that's a new one. I don't think I own this one yet. Then you take it home, you pop it in your player, and you watch it, and you're like, I already own this. Screw you. I'll be getting more into that when we talk about Henry and the elephant, because that's what happened to me with that. But anyway, that's the history of Daisy on VHS and its counterpart on DVD. So let's get into the close-up section where I show off my copy of Daisy on VHS.
Alright guys, here's your close-up of Daisy on VHS. This is the original 1993 version. Yeah, let's go ahead and look at it. As you can see up on the top, it's pink. Kind of hot pink. Kind of weird, I guess. But it is a girl character that's the primary focus of this tape, so yeah. Come on, camera focus. There's the Shining Time Station Sun, the Britt Allcroft logo, which is a bit smaller. And as you can see, the logo has changed. It's evolved into the classic logo. It's not that skinny cloud anymore. It's the new fat cloud, as I like to call it. Daisy, another Thomas Stories, and as you can see, there's Daisy right on the front. And this is a smart choice because Daisy is the primal focus of this tape. But we'll get into my opinions on this tape in a minute. Storyteller George Carlin, and mine does have the sticker, just like Thomas Percy and the Dragon did. On the side, there's that Thomas that we all know and love. This case is in really bad shape, guys. I must tell you, I did buy this off of eBay, and yeah, the seller did not take very good care of this. On the back, Thomas and Friends logo, the strand, copyright information, and all that. There's a screenshot from A New Friend for Thomas. I almost said Thomas and Trevor, but there's no episode called that. Your blurb about what's on the tape, and the story stops, and then all the volumes leading up to this tape. There's the tape itself. It's very similar to the Thomas Percy and the Dragon, and the Thomas Gets Bumped sticker label tapes that were released at this time. And there's your 1993 version of Daisy. Now, I don't have any other copies of Daisy to really show off. I know that it was released again in 95 under the same type of styles that James Learns a Lesson that we looked at earlier. It was basically, it fell into that era of later reprinted George Carlin releases that were in that same style. And really, the whole tape basically changed because they changed the photo of Daisy, they changed the style of this, and the whole thing just changed. And then Daisy was pretty much gone. It was off the market for a long time. It didn't get a re-release back in the late era of Thomas and Friends on VHS. This tape and the stories that were on it were pretty much forgotten, except for some of these stories on here, like Percy's Predicament, Saved from Scrap, A New Friend for Thomas, and Percy Takes the Plunge. Those stories would live on in Best of Thomas, Best of Percy, and Thomas and His Friends Help Out. So, yeah, the other stories that I didn't mention, Daisy and Whistles and Sneezes and Tender Engines, no one really knew that those stories existed. Well, of course they knew if they owned this tape, but I'm saying children didn't know that those stories were around. Then, in 2008, Hit Entertainment got the weird idea to release this onto DVD, but under a different title. That's right, it was released under the title Percy Takes the Plunge. It should be showing on your screen right now. But, yeah, Hit Entertainment is basically fooling you into buying something that you either didn't own and you were excited that you were getting newer stories, or that you did own and they basically cheated you out of $10. When we talk about the Gallant Old Engine and Henry and the Elephant, I have some interesting thoughts on that because I fell into that type of thing. So anyway, that's how Daisy lived on. But in my opinion, this tape should have never been made. What they should have done was They should have taken the Ringo recording of Whistles and Sneezes, taken Thomas Comes to Breakfast off of Tenders and Turntables. They should have basically taken Thomas Comes to Breakfast and Whistles and Sneezes and flipped them around. They should have taken Whistles and Sneezes and put it onto Tenders and Turntables in place of Thomas Comes to Breakfast, and then taken Thomas Comes to Breakfast and slapped it on here and made it Thomas Comes to Breakfast and other stories. You could have had the entire Thomas Comes to Breakfast arc, so to speak, on one tape, and that would have been just marvelous. But you know, if they did that, then you'd only have to buy one tape, and the people that own Thomas, they don't want that to happen. They want you to buy all of the tapes because they want money. So I guess that's why they did that. In my personal opinion, this should have been Thomas Comes to Breakfast and other stories. They kind of make up for that later, but the later releases of Thomas Comes to Breakfast are basically just hodgepodges of stories. Anyway, I've talked far too long here on the close-up, so let's go back and we will answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1. Where can you pick this product up? eBay, local hobby store. You might be able to find it in like a Walmart or a Target or something. I personally never have. I saw it at Blockbuster once, actually, when Blockbuster was still in business. But, yeah, basically, eBay, local hobby store, maybe local retailer. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I'm gonna say no, since this hasn't been released since 2008. Maybe Universal will wise up and maybe reprint this with a few others and release them, but I'm not sure. But for now, this is not being printed nowadays. Number 3, should you pick this product up? I'd say sure if you wanted to. It is a recommend from me. It is a nice release because it's a way to get some of the George Carlin narrated episodes that haven't been anywhere else at that point. Some of them will be slapped onto Best of Thomas. But if you don't like those best of sets for some reason, go for this one. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? eBay, local hobby store, or some place that you see. And number 5, what price should you pay? For both versions, it's not worth over $10. So anyway, that's my review of Daisy and Percy Takes the Plunge. I'm sorry I didn't have a copy of Percy Takes the Plunge to show off to you guys, but rest assured, if I ever do pick one up, I will film a close-up on it and upload that as sort of a supplemental episode. So, anyway, what's our next review going to be on? Our next review is going to be on James Goes Buzz Buzz. One of my personal favorites, actually, but there is one glaring error that we will talk about when we get to that release. So, anyway, thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This time around we'll be taking a look at Percy Takes the Plunge, which is basically just Daisy on DVD. Now I know what you're thinking, Lego Lover, why didn't you title this Daisy on DVD? This supplemental is just called Percy Takes the Plunge. Why is this a supplemental? Shouldn't this have its own episode? Well, you see, fanboy,
This is essentially just Daisy on DVD, as stated previously. But I can't call it that because this isn't Daisy. This is Percy Takes the Plunge. But this is a supplemental to the Daisy HMR that was back in 2015, I believe. I think Daisy was like episode, 11 or 12, maybe 13 of this series? Hell, maybe it was 9, I'm not sure. So yeah, that's the reason why I can't call this Daisy on DVD, because technically it's not. This is sorta, kinda brand new. I just felt that needed to be stated here, so that people didn't go nuts in the comments and tell me that I'm wrong or something like that. So anyway, let's stop the rambling. Let's go ahead and take a look at the release itself. We have some pretty nice poster art here, actually, with Percy Takes the Plunge with that weird font and such with plunge. It kind of looks like that plunge is in like quotation marks or something. I'm not sure why. I'm also not sure why Percy's smiling as he's being shunted into the water here. Shouldn't he be like terrified? Like he's like, oh my gosh, the trucks are gonna like kill me or something. Because I'm pretty sure that engines need to breathe. Do they? I'm not sure. On the side, got our hit logo, as always. Scrolling down here, Percy Takes the Plunge. We got a portrait of cartoon Thomas. He has his own portrait here. He's moved up in the world, I suppose. And distributed by Lionsgate. That means that this is a reprint. This is not an original print. So yeah, this is a reprint. This was probably released in like 2009 whenever Lionsgate got the rights to put out the Thomas and Friends Media stuff, because Lionsgate started off with, Hero of the Rails and stuff. And this was actually originally released in 2008. So I believe that's when like there might be a 20th Century Fox version of this roaming around somewhere out there. Either that or Anchor Bay, because I'm pretty sure Anchor Bay lost the rights completely in 2008 because, last supplemental we had Trust Thomas, and that was still Anchor Bay, even though that was 2007, but the new stuff was being put out by 20th Century Fox. It's a weird jumble of stuff. So anyway, we got Percy Takes the Plunge up there. We got our blurb, snapshot from Percy Takes the Plunge. What's this new series snapshot doing here? I'm pretty sure that's like Season 6, Season 7, 8 Thomas there. On the side here, we've also got the DVD features, 7 fun-filled stories, a sing-along song, and Sodor Memories. Pop sucker open. We got that cheap plastic, the big recyclable logo there. I absolutely despise this plastic. And we've got our disc, Percy Takes the Plunge. And interestingly, it's the Anchor Bay disc. So yeah, this confirms this is from 2008, or at least the disc is, because it's still got the Anchor Bay logo on it. But as always, it's just a squished up version of the poster art. So, with all that being said, let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of Percy Takes the Plunge. Alrighty everyone, here we are for the Percy Takes the Plunge menu tour. Before we get started, I just want to say I apologize if I sound a little deeper than normal. My allergies have been just acting up as of recently, and the reason I sound different here than I did on the close-up is because, I film the close-ups and menu tours on separate days, because they're just so easy to do, especially for supplementals. So I apologize for that. I can't really do much about it. Here we are at the menu for Percy Takes the Plunge. There is no dialogue from Sir Topham over here. It's basically just the new series theme after Percy pulls up. So we've got our options on our signal here, like always. So let's go ahead and transition into the Pick a Story section. We have Daisy, we have Percy's predicament, whistles and sneezes, save from scrap, a new friend for Thomas, tender engines, and Percy Takes the Plunge. Interestingly, this is in the same menu style as the early years was, because if you remember on the early years, Disc 1 and Disc 2, they had a lot of circles here for like stories 1 through 4, 5 through like 8, and a couple others, and it went up to like 14 stories or something like that. I just found that interesting how it's the exact same menu as the earlier years was. So let's take a look at Sodor Memories.
Welcome to Sodor Memories, where you can learn more about all your favorite island friends. Thomas, Gordon, James, Edward, Percy, and Henry all want to share with you their favorite memories on the island of Sodor. Each engine will tell you about a time they'll never forget. A time when they were very useful, and because no engine is perfect, a time when they were not so useful.
Okay, so speaking of the early years, we saw this exact same thing on the third disc in the early years box set. That's interesting how they reuse the menu style and they reuse a bonus feature. Okay, I don't really remember which characters we picked during the early years, so let's choose James, because I'm friends with Train King James. Why not?
Hi, I'm James, the most splendid engine on the island of Sodor. Don't you think my red paint shines? I've many great memories to share with you.
So let's not listen to the rest of that. So, let's do when I'm not so useful, because I always love watching when the engines screw
I
up.
learned a very important lesson when I first began pulling coaches. I was too rough with them, and it ended up breaking my brake pipe. Look at what they had to do to fix it. I'll never do that again.
Interesting how they choose that and don't choose when he smashed into the tar wagons. I mean, I think that would have worked better. I think that was Season 1, wasn't it? Dirty Objects? Let's take a look at I'll Never Forget.
A splendid engine like myself should pull coaches, and I'll never forget the first time Sir Topham Hatt asked me to pull the express coaches after Gordon fell ill.
I don't think it was that he fell ill. It was the fact that he got switched around the line onto the loop. So yeah, that's Sodor Memories. That's the gist of it. We're not going to take a look at anybody else because we're already stretched for time here, and I don't really like talking that much when I have a stopped up nose. So let's take a look at the sing-along song. It's Let's Have a Race, and the sneak peeks, I think it's just a bunch of trailers. Oh no, we actually get like a menu thing. We got Thomas the Tank Engine and Wow Wow Wubsy. Does anybody even remember that show? There's I think I have some like old pamphlets for it in my Henry and the Elephant case, but I'm not sure. Let's not watch that trailer. Let's take a look at what the Thomas the Tank Engine trailer is.
Hop on board and explore the island of Sodor with...
It's nothing special. It's just that standard trailer that comes on every single release, and then I'm sick and tired of hearing because I just fast forward through it. So, nothing special there. So let's go ahead and head on back to our main menu here, and that pretty much wraps up our menu tour and our supplemental on Percy Takes the Plunge. I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello there everyone, welcome back to yet another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is on another print of Daisy and Other Stories, a title that I struggle to say every single time because it's a hard D at the beginning. Daisy. There, I said it without stuttering there. So, if you recall, this is the 1993 print of Daisy and Other Stories that we took a look at back in the OG HMR. There's your spine. Just a quick refresher of what this looked like and how trashed it is. I have not gone and tried to pick up a newer copy in better shape. I've just held on to this one, even though its case, it's seen better days. Of course, you can see that there. There's the tape. However, there were other prints of this release. There was a Time Life version in 1994, as with a lot of releases. And there was a late 90s reprint in 1995 that of course, had that late 90s reprint style to the box and such. And that's actually the copy I have today to show you. This is Daisy and Other Stories from 1995. Up there at the top, all aboard for Magical Adventures with Thomas and his friends, the Bert Allcroft logo, Thomas the Tank Engine Friends, Daisy and Other Stories. And you'll notice the screenshot has changed. This one you've got Daisy at the station with the passengers, and this one you've got Daisy in the freight shed, I believe it is, when she's smiling and is like, "This is better, but whatever is that rubbish?" My impression is spot on. Do not criticize me, or else I will burn down the nearest Catholic orphanage. Storyteller George Carlin down there at the bottom. I personally like this image of her more than this one. I don't know. This one just It's more simple. It works more, I think, with the simplistic artwork of the late 90s reprints. Aside, Thomas with tracks underneath, Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, Daisy and Other Thomas Stories, Brittlcraft logo. The back screenshot has not been changed. It's the same, except it's been color corrected. It's kind of brighter and more vivid than its 1993 counterpart. Interesting there. Live action animation, barcode, distributed by Anchor Bay. There's your blurb. And then there's your story stops in the weird kind of thought bubble-esque way that it presents itself. I've never been a fan of this on these reprints. I've always preferred this just simple box that lists your stories in the way that they're supposed to be viewed on the tape. This is just like, blah. Who knows what order they actually go in. And then there's your copyright information down there on the bottom. There is your tape in the style of the late 90s reprints and the 90s OG prints, like with Thomas and the Special Letter and Thomas Meets the Queen. So I can't say I own every copy of Daisy that's ever been put out. I do own the Percy Takes the Plunge DVD, so I have this on DVD. That's actually a previous supplemental, previous to this one, so if you want to see a full-depth review on that, check that out after this video is done. Self-advertisement there. I am missing the Time Life, though, however. I don't have the Time Life copy, which sucks because the Time Life ones are pretty rare. The most common one, the one that I have, is Trust Thomas, and I don't have the Time Life version of this. I'm not even going to try to say that title. So with all that being said, I'm going to wrap things up here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Howdy folks, welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is going to be on the various releases of James Goes Buzz Buzz on VHS and DVD. So let's not waste any more of your valuable time, because I know how much you value your time and your time is precious, and I'm rambling on just to piss you off. Let's go ahead and move into the history section of James Goes Buzz Buzz. So James Goes Buzz Buzz was first released in 1994 by QFE, Anchor Bay in 1996, and then again by Anchor Bay in 2003, and then was first released onto DVD in 2007. We also have one more thing to mention here, is that Lionsgate released the title for digital download in 2013. Like on vendors like Google Play and iTunes and such. So that's cool, our first digital media release of Thomas and Friends. We won't be looking at that version, but I just thought it was kind of cool to mention. So let's move on to the close-up section of James Goes Buzz Buzz. Okay everyone, here is your close-up view of James Goes Buzz Buzz. Now, unusually, I have 2 copies to show you, as you can see on your screen right now. Yay, that's cool. Finally, 2 copies. Except next episode we'll go back to only showing 1. But let's focus on this episode's copies to show you. So, we will start out with the original. I believe this was a 1993 edition? 1993 and 1994. I'm not really sure. You guys already know what year this is from, because the history section comes right before this. So if it's 1993 or 1994, then it's that. Yeah. So let's look at the tape. So it's in that same style. This style is still here, and as you can see, it's a darker blue. It looks kind of purple, actually, to be honest with you, as I'm looking at it with my own eyes. But on the camera, it looks kind of dark bluish, but dark blue, purple-ish, sort of. So anyway, there's the Shining Time Station Sun, the new style Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo, Brittlcraft logo, James Goes Buzz Buzz. I love this image of James that they chose for this release. It fits the tape perfectly.
Storyteller George Carlin bubble on the side. There's that Thomas that we all know and love. We scroll down the spine here. QFE. Quality Family Home Entertainment. And this company took over the licensing rights to releasing the Thomas and Friends home media from Strand Home Video, formerly Strand VCI, and now it's QFE, and it will remain QFE for about 2 more releases after this one. Yeah, QFE didn't last very long, but yeah. On the top, it's QFE's copyright and address information and such. The barcode. I can't remember which episode that this is from, but I don't think it's one on this tape. Tell me in the comments what episode that this is from, because I can't remember. Your blurb about what's on the tape, and your story stops, and the other volumes that are available. So, there's the tape. James Goes Buzz Buzz. As you can see, mine's got a sticker there. Or no, not a sticker, a piece of tape, because the sticker was actually peeling off. So I had to fix it that way. So that's the 1993/1994 version. Now we'll look at the 1996/2000 early 2000s version. So yeah, as you can see, it's in that newer, later 90s style, as I told you that it would change. Yeah, they didn't change the picture of James, which I'm happy about. This is in that style that my reprint of James Learns a Lessons box is in. There's a Thomas that we all know and love, but now he's got tracks under him, so that's cool, tracks. Gave him tracks to rest on and all that. The Britt Allcroft logo. Anchor Bay now has the rights to this after, I believe it was Video Treasures had the rights, and we will look at Video Treasures in coming episodes. Kept that same picture from whatever episode it's from. Your blurb and your story stops. I always found this version of how they did the story stops really confusing, because it actually goes down, up, and then down. I would have thought that it would have went across, and then just Percy James, and the fruitful day comes last. But it's interesting how they set that up. It is a ink label. This is back when they first started doing ink labels, which work a lot better than stickers, in my opinion. So yeah, that's the late 90s, early 2000s version of James Goes Buzz Buzz. Now, one thing I forgot to show you on both of these, they started printing on the top. Yeah, that's cool, but as you can see, it's upside down. Yeah, they started printing on the top for these, but QFE printed them upside down. But on this version, it's fixed. But yeah, this marks a history moment in Thomas and Friends home media. They're finally printing on the top of the VHS tapes. So yeah, that's cool. One last thing before we go, I want to mention sort of a continuity error, I guess as you could say. I'm not sure if this is an error with the season, but it is a glaring error to me on this release. So let's take a look at James Goes Buzz Buzz one more time. Here are these story stops again. The episode Bulgy is on this release. Why is that important? Well, the episode Bulgy features Oliver. And Oliver's story in the VHS timeline, Oliver's story doesn't show up until Percy's Ghostly Trick, which is volume 11 in the VHS timelines. As you can see, Escape and Oliver Owns Up is on here. So, really, Bulgy shouldn't even be on that, because Oliver doesn't show up until this version. So kids will be very confused when they watch James Goes Buzz Buzz first and see this new guy called Oliver, and they're like, whoa, who's this guy? He's cool. And then see him run away from Scrap in this, and they're like, whoa, I thought he was already around. My brain is mush. So yeah, that's a bit of a continuity error. I'm not sure if it's an error with the season. I'm not sure if season 3 had them in that order, but it's definitely in the order in the VHS timeline. So I just thought I'd bring that up and address that glaring error in my opinion. So, with all that out of the way, let's go back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up section, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Wow, I talk fast. Number 1. Where can you pick this product up? The VHS version, eBay, local hobby store, Goodwill, wherever I've said in previous episodes. For the DVD version, you could probably find it at a local Walmart or Target or anywhere like that, or you could always look to eBay. But for the digital version, you could look at any retailer like iTunes or Google Play. It will be on there. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I'm going to say no on that because Universal has not reprinted this to my knowledge, so I'm going to say no on that. Number 3, where should you pick this product up? Anywhere you can find it, basically. Number 4, should you pick this product up? I'd give it a solid recommend. It's a nice release, and it's got some good stories on it, regardless of its continuity error. And number 5, what price should you pay? Definitely wouldn't go over $5 for the VHS version unless you're a completist like me, or I wouldn't go over 10 for any other. So that concludes our coverage of James Goes Buzz Buzz, and next episode we'll be looking at our first holiday-themed release with Thomas's Christmas Party. I will see you all in that next review. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another supplemental episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is on James Goes Buzz Buzz on DVD. Yeah, I picked this up a couple of months ago back at half price. Books for about $4, and hey, I decided let's do a supplemental on it this year. So let's go ahead and jump into it. This is the original 2007 DVD copy of the release, so without further ado, let's get in on it. We have some new artwork here. James Goes Buzz Buzz up at the top. Thomas and James here by a field where James has a large red nose, which is bigger than the red nose he had in the show. I mean, that's like a tumor, James. I mean, you should really get that checked out. Along with the little cartoon bee down there looking a little angry. On the side, we have our hit logo. Scroll on down here. Cartoon Thomas, cannot forget him, and our Anchor Bay logo. On the back here, we have our blurb. We have a screenshot from, I believe that's Heroes. It's either One Good Turn or Heroes, and that is from Bulgy. And then we have our bonus features listed here: 7 fun-filled stories, sing-along song, a game, and a character gallery. Running time 37 minutes. Open this up. There's our disc, squished up version of the poster art, and this did come with a pamphlet, so let's take a look at it. Same poster art on the pamphlet here. Open this up. And we have a little breakdown of what's on our disc. There's the main menu. There's our pick a story section. There's our game. There's our sing-along song menu. There's our character gallery. And on the back, as always, it's always advertising the other releases that you can buy. And so now let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of James Goes Buzz Buzz. Alrighty, everyone, here's our menu tour for James Goes Buzz Buzz. We start off here at this classic style of menu with James there. Of course you gotta put James in there. He's in the title. It'd be weird if they didn't have him in there. There's no like narration from Sir Topham Hatt or James or anything. It's just the new Thomas and Friends theme song, which makes sense because this is 2007, so they weren't really using that much anymore for reprints and such, except that this isn't a reprint, it's an original. Anyway, let's go ahead and transition into the Pick a Story section. We have James Goes Buzz Buzz, One Good Turn, Birdie's Chase, and Heroes. We also have Bulgy, Wrong Road, and Percy, James, and the Fruitful Day. A lot of people say that title wrong. They say like Fruitful Day. It's Fruitful Day. Alright, people, get that right. James's Connect the Dots game, we're not going to play that. Character Gallery, let's take a look and see how this is different. Oh, this is like that newer style of Character Gallery from other releases. Let's choose a character we haven't seen a lot of. I think we've picked Scarlet in it. You know what, let's pick Scarlet. I don't care if we picked him in a other episode. We're going to pick Scarlet because I want to.
Scarloey is a very chipper, hard worker who shares his duties with Rheneas. He is a proper engine who is dedicated to his narrow line and always eager to help out when he's needed.
Good, good. Really good, Scarloey. Good job for you, man. So that's the newer style of character gallery. I like how they changed it, though, for this release, so it's not, you know, that crappy version where you get all the same characters every single time. Well, with this version, you do get the same characters, but at least there's more of them, is what I'm saying, sort of, kind of, not really. Let's look at the sing-along song menu. The Island Song, which is a good song, but a lot of people love it to death. Like, I get that it's a good song, but come on, people, calm down a little bit. Alright, so that really wraps up this menu tour. Interestingly, there is no WebFun tab. That's new for this year. Usually there'd be like a WebFun tab where you could go to like thomasandfriends.com or something, that website which doesn't exist anymore or something like that. So that's interesting how there's no WebFun. So anyway, that pretty much wraps up our supplemental on James Goes Buzz Buzz. I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This is the second installment of the wooden train bonus packs that I was gifted from Turtles and Thomas when I was over at his house trilogy. And it's on James Goes Buzz Buzz on DVD, of course. So this is just a quick refresher of what the original DVD looked like. It had this weird kind of cartoony artwork. It was not in the OG style because it was released later on in Thomas's lifespan on DVD. It was released by Hit Entertainment. It did have the insert and everything, so that was cool. And then there's your disc. Here's the inside of the insert in case anybody cares. I mean, you could just go back and watch the original HMR, or at least you could go back and watch the supplemental I did for this very DVD release, because I'm pretty sure I did a supplemental on this DVD release because I didn't have it when the original HMR was shot. And you should just go ahead and get used to that artwork now, because it's the same artwork that's used on the Wooden Train bonus pack. Look at it there. Exactly the same. No difference whatsoever. The only difference here is up on the top you get a little window showing you the Sodor Honey Company car that you get included inside of this release. The top says James Goes Buzz Buzz, Wooden Train bonus pack. This is the same artwork. Once again, Hit Entertainment logo. James Goes Buzz Buzz, Cartoon Thomas, Anchor Bay. The back is the same. Just for comparison's sake, they are exactly the same. I don't even think there's a little like notion saying that this is a Wooden Train bonus pack. on the back of this. Like, I think Percy's Ghostly Trick had a little notion on it, but this just has nothing. This is just the same back as on the regular release. And the other side is exactly the same. So, I promised you in Percy's Ghostly Trick that we were going to be opening up the other 2 Wooden Train bonus packs live on camera today, because they are sealed, and here we go. We are going to do that. I think I can just go right down here, because this is actually, it's pretty beat up down here, but I don't really care about that. Ooh, look at that. This is the first time in a while I'm actually opening up like a brand new Thomas release. Kind of crazy, huh? I think I can get it open from the top, I think. Yeah, here we go. I don't want to rip it. That's the, oh, and I just ripped it. That's what I was trying to avoid. Okay, here we go. There. Let's take a look at the honey car before we take a look at the actual release itself. I actually have a honey car like this, but I lost the honey cargo that comes with it. So there's, says it on the front there, Sodor Honey. Focus up, camera, come on. Sodor Honey there on the front. The top has a little bee cartoon artwork on it. I think this has lost its color because it's pretty much clear. From what I remember, this actually had like a yellow coloring to it, or maybe that was just because it was sitting on the actual car. But the car itself is pretty cool. It's got some nice honeycomb detailing on it. Honey barrel car there on the bottom. There's the inside of it. It's different from the Percy's Ghostly Trick one. I think, does this whole thing like fold up? Yes, it does. Oh, that's broken. And on the inside, oh wow, look at that. It's the exact same release. Isn't that crazy, huh? I'm debating on, I think I want to keep this sealed, actually. This is just too cool to open up. Because it's like, it's actually in cellophane. Like, the Percy's Ghostly Trick one, it didn't have any cellophane on it. It was literally just the security sticker. This one I think I want to keep sealed, because it's, this is just so cool. I think I'm going to keep this sealed, because the seal is pristine. So, yeah, I think this James Goes Buzz Buzz is going to stay sealed, because I already have, you know, one that's open. But, as you can tell, I mean, nothing is different between the two. Same backs, same barcodes, same everything. I mean, nothing has changed. So, assuming that the inserts and the discs are the same, these are the exact same release. And we've already looked at the insert, so we don't need to open up this one. Oh wait, there's something else inside here. It's another pamphlet. Let's see if it's the same one from Percy's Ghostly Trick. I'm betting that it is. I think these were released around the same year. Yeah, it's pretty similar. Look at this here. Track, sets. Was this in the Percy's Ghostly Trick one? I don't remember this one. Battery-powered holiday, Thomas. I don't know anybody in the community that actually has this. If you have it, comment below and tell me, but I've always kind of wanted that to put around my own Christmas tree. I never got a chance to get it, though. Expansion packs. Yeah, this side is pretty similar. Although we've got Oliver, Toad, and Scruffy, the 2006 variant versions down there at the bottom. That's pretty cool. Multi-car packs. Little advertisement for it's now on PBS. So there are some subtle differences here between the two pamphlets, but... Okay, so I could not remember how to get the little tray back in the right position, so I just kind of shoved it back in there. That's okay, though, because this is not going back in there anytime soon. It's going to go in my rolling stock bin. So if it's not obvious, like last week with Terrence the Tractor, my favorite part of this set is the Honey Company car. It's a nice little piece of rolling stock, and it works good for background scenery. And if you're skilled at customization, you can actually make this into something way better. I'm not a customizer. There are plenty more and way more talented people than me in the Thomas and Friends community that could potentially customize this into something cool. And hey, I have a sealed James Goes Buzz Buzz now, so that's pretty sweet. So a huge thank you to Turtles and Thomas, who, as I mentioned previously, gave this to me when I was at his house. He made this video possible. He's the sponsor of today's video, not Raycon earbuds. They're next week's sponsor. I want to thank you all so very much for watching this supplemental. I will see you all next time. Good night, everybody.
Never overlook a little engine. We can take you where you want to go. We may have tiny track, but we'll get you there and back. And hold on to your hats. We don't go slow. Oh, didn't know I was recording. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to episode 12 of Home Media Reviews. This episode, we will be taking a look at a Christmas-themed VHS that came out all those years ago. Why am I going into such a long intro about this? We're looking at Thomas's Christmas Party, guys. September now, and I'm looking at a Christmas VHS, but you know what? I want to get through this. So, let's stop my insane rambling. By the way, did you like that singing? Was it good? Was it good? Was it better than PS singing? Yeah, it was. It was a million times better. Anyway, let's get into the history of Thomas's Christmas Party on VHS, because that's the only format you can find this on. So Thomas's Christmas Party was first released by Quality Family Home Entertainment in 1994, and then was re-released by Anchor Bay in 1996. That's it. This was only printed on VHS, and yeah, the stories, the two Christmas-themed stories, they'll be on other releases. But the VHS itself, it will never go by this name ever again. Really, it's only the stories that will move on from this release, but not the actual release itself, if you catch my meaning. So, for that extremely brief history, let's move into the close-up of Thomas's Christmas Party. Alright, everyone, here's your close-up view of Thomas's Christmas Party on VHS. Now, as usual, only one copy to show you. I know last episode we had two, but now we only have one. Sad face. Oh well, let's take a look at it. So Thomas's Christmas Party, yeah, check it out. It's sort of like a metallic silver type thing, as you can see. It produces a blurry reflection as I focus in on my face, which you can't see. Ha ha ha. But yeah, it's like a blurry metallic color. I quite like it. It makes the tape look really nice. The Shining Time Station Sun, that's gone. We won't be seeing that ever. That is completely just gone. They just took it away for some reason. But there is something new up here. New content, pretty much. Sir Topham Hatt wishes to hear from you. So send the enclosed postcard to receive a free gift as well. Good to know. Good to know, Sir Topham Hatt. Good to know you want to hear from the kiddies watching these videos. So yeah, a nice picture of Thomas and a cartoon Sir Topham Hatt, which looks really creepy. I'm not really sure why he's on there. Down here, 8 Jolly Adventures. Jolly good, sir. Storyteller George Carlin. On the side, there's a new Thomas with a Santa hat. That's cool. So we scroll down the spine here. QFE again. Up at the top, QFE's address and such. A shot of Thomas, Percy, and James, all with Santa hats on. Your blurb about what's on the tape, and your story stops. And this is a pivotal moment in Thomas and Friends home media, and that's because this is the first Thomas and Friends U.S. release to ever reuse stories. What do I mean by that? Well, the previous 10 volumes that we've looked at, 9 or 10 VHS volumes, yeah, those were all new episodes when those those had first been released. Now, some of them are being reused and put onto this. So yeah, this is the first. This is the first release to ever reuse stories. The only 2 new stories on here are Thomas's Christmas Party and Thomas and the Missing Christmas Tree. As you can see, it says which volume number that these are from. Terrence is from volume 2, Flying Kippers from volume 3, A Scarf for Percy from volume 8, big jump there. A New Friend for Thomas is from volume 9, Henry's Forest from volume 6, and Thomas Saves the
Day is from Volume 1. Sort of a random grab bag of stories, but hey, it's a pivotal moment and it's kind of cool. There's the sticker label itself. You can see I didn't need to tape this one. But yeah, that's Thomas's Christmas Party, the original 1994 release. So yeah, the thing about the postcard, I couldn't find any information on what that card looked like. Obviously mine doesn't have that card, but I'm pretty sure you could like mail it in to like QFE and they would send you like maybe a Christmas themed item or something like that, maybe like a Christmas themed like wooden railway item or something like that. I'm not really sure, but I suppose that's what that means. But yeah, this is a nice release, but we will get into recommends when we answer the 5 main questions, as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? eBay, local hobby store, pretty much every other place I've ever mentioned on home media reviews ever. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? The actual release? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Since it was the first tape to ever reuse stories, and you probably already owned most of the stories on here, I'd say pass on this one if you're just a casual home media collector. But if you're a completist, it's a must-have. But if you're just the casual guy who just wants to buy whatever, I'd say skip this one. It's really not worth it, actually. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? eBay, local hobby store, exactly what I mentioned earlier. And number 5, what price should you pay? Don't get out of the $5 to $10 range for this. It's not worth any more than that. So thanks for joining me on this holiday-themed episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Yay, Christmas time, all down the line. Well, not really, it's September. Actually, it's Halloween that's coming next up in our next episode, because we are looking at Percy's ghostly trick next episode. So, thank you all for watching this holiday-themed Thomas's Christmas Party special of Home Media Reviews. Not really a special, I mean, it's just a regular episode. But, yeah, thanks for watching, guys. And as always, good night, everybody.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. It's an extra special supplemental for the Christmas season. I apologize beforehand if I don't sound very enthusiastic. I have a bad cold right now and my voice is kind of going. Yeah, but I'm still going to film the supplemental anyway because I want to get some extra content out for you guys during this holiday season. This special secret supplemental is on Thomas's Christmas Party from 1996. Which is this copy right here. I picked this up on eBay back in November for about $3 or so. It was actually a pretty cheap deal. Here's the original copy from 1994 on the other side, and we're basically going to be comparing them like I do in every supplemental. So first we'll do a little recap of what the 1994 version looks like, since it's been a long time since I've done this HMR. This was one of the OG ones way back in the day. Here's what it looks like. There's Thomas on the side with a Santa hat. QFE, Quality Family Entertainment, was the one who released this version. There's the back, and then there is the tape. So the 1996 version, which is over here, this one is in the late 90s style of reprints, such as Thomas Gets Bumped, which we've already looked at that on the show, and a few others. We've got 2 holiday episodes included up here in this little green bar at the top. Brett Allcroft logo, Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, Thomas's Christmas Party, and Other Favorite Stories. And basically the largest difference between the 2 versions here is this Thomas photo is a lot more zoomed in than this one, and this one has a cartoon Sir Topham Hatt on it, while this one does not. And also, the whole format of the tops of them have changed. But yeah, storyteller George Carlin down there. I like how they did green and red with the names. That's kind of cool. On the side, Just a regular Thomas. He's not wearing a Santa hat, but he does have tracks underneath him. That's kind of cool. Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo. Thomas's Christmas Party. Brett Allcroft Company logo down there at the bottom. This is a distributed by Anchor Bay version. Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends with a UPC code there. Live action animation. They also did that green and red thing with the live action animation. That's kind of cool as well. Thomas, Percy, and James with Santa hats. It's the exact same photo as the 1994 version. And blurbs. I'm not sure if this is the same blurb or not. I didn't take the time to read it. And story stops. The two Christmas stories have a Christmas tree in front of them, and the other stories just have little red stars in front of them. The tape is another thing that's different. It's either a late 90s reprinted tape or a 90s original print tape in that style. If you noticed, here's what the QFE tape looks like. Again, we'll show them side by side here. So that's what they both look like. So that, ladies and gentlemen, pretty much wraps up this supplemental for HMR Thomas's Christmas Party. There are no more prints of this tape. Only one in 1994 and one in 1996. That pretty much ends the reviews on Thomas's Christmas Party, because this one only lasted about 3 years. So with all that being said, thank you all for watching, and I'll go ahead and reveal to you all that there will be another extra special holiday supplemental coming out this month. I'm not really sure when, but rest assured there will be another extra special holiday supplemental coming up pretty soon, probably next week. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night everybody.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Lego Lover 117, and I want to welcome you to this spooky home media reviews episode. Today we're going to look at Percy's ghostly trick. Ooh. Okay, that's really annoying. Hi everyone, and just like that ghostly voice said, yeah, we're going to look at Percy's ghostly trick. So, without further ado, let's get into the history of Percy's ghostly trick. So Percy's Ghostly Trick was originally released back in 1994 by Quality Family Home Entertainment, Anchor Bay in 1996, and again by Anchor Bay in 2003, and on DVD in 2007, and again in 2008. So as you can see, Anchor Bay really wanted this title to sell. And it deserves to want to be sold because it's a really good release, but we'll get into recommends later. Let's jump right into the close-up of my 2 copies of Percy's Ghostly Trick. See how I said 2 copies, not just 1 this time, haha.
Alrighty everyone, here's your look at Percy's Ghostly Trick. Ooh, scary. That Percy face is kind of scary though. But anyway, let's look at the top. Percy's Ghostly Trick, as you can see, it's a green color. It doesn't really match Percy's shade of green. As you can see, Shining Time Station Sun, gone. But this is another really important moment in Thomas & Friends home media merchandise. Includes the exclusive premiere of Thomas's first music video. That's right, Thomas's first music video is on this release. Hooray! Oh, we didn't look at Percy. Sorry about that. There's Percy with a surprised face, which is weird because this story isn't on this tape. This is from A Scarf for Percy, which is really interesting. On the side, there's Thomas that we all know and love, but sadly he's lost his Christmas spirit because he doesn't have a Santa hat. Oh well. QFE, but this is the last time we will ever see QFE on any Thomas & Friends home media merchandise ever in the history of the world. On the back, there's QFE's address and such. Shot of Thomas and Toby looking very worried. You know, they look like they've just seen a ghost. Your blurb about what's on the tape, and the story stops as well. Now, like I said in James Goes Buzz Buzz, Escape is on here. That features the... That features the... What word am I looking for here? That features the introduction of Oliver. Yet Oliver had already been seen in James Goes Buzz Buzz and Bulgy, but I won't get into that. Go and watch the James Goes Buzz Buzz episode to hear my thoughts on that. But this is interesting. The Thomas Anthem comes before all of the stories. It doesn't come at the end. It comes at the beginning, and that's interesting. Now, before I forget, QFE, stop printing this upside down, for God's sake. You did it with James Goes Buzz Buzz. You did it with Thomas's Christmas party, and now you've done it with Percy's ghostly trick. You just can't stop making me angry, can you? There's your sticker. I had to tape this as well, because this was getting really worn down. So yeah, that's Percy's ghostly trick on VHS. Now, I have one more copy to show you, but it's not a VHS version. It's not like the reprinted one from 1996 or the really, really reprinted one from like 2002 or 2003. No, it's the DVD version, or at least one of them, because Percy's ghostly trick has been released so many times onto DVD, and I own one of the versions. This was available in a Halloween double feature pack with Thomas's Halloween Adventures, but we won't look at that. We're only focusing on Percy's ghostly trick. So as I casually cover up the other side here, it uses that style from, I believe it's the 2006 version, or 2007 version. I don't know, somewhere in the late 2000s. On the back, Percy's ghostly trick in a really freaky font. Shot from Woolly Bear. DVD features 6 fun-filled episodes, a character gallery, a sing-along song, the Thomas Anthem, and bonus game, Who Am I? I don't know, who are you? Why are you asking me? Your blurb about what's on the disc and such, which is the same as on here. And I'm going to have to casually do this. It's one of those things where you have to flip, where you have to flip the disc. So let me try to show you here. Side B, Percy's ghostly trick. You can see right there. This is the 2010 version, as you can tell. And side A, Thomas's Halloween Adventures. I'm not sure which side it's on right now. Probably on side A, but you know, I haven't watched this in a while. So, yeah, we won't go through the DVD features on this, because there's really not much to go through. Not really much to look at. But yeah, 2 versions of Percy's ghostly trick, and it's virtually unchanged pretty much. So, that's pretty much it for the close-up here on Percy's ghostly trick. Let's go ahead and move on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Okay, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? For both the VHS and the DVD, eBay, local hobby store. For the DVD, sometimes a local Walmart or Target might have it. But it's not really that commonly found, because I've never seen one in person. Except my Toys R Us double pack that I got, that I showed you on the close-up. Hehe. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Absolutely. This is a great release, and I highly recommend it to any Thomas fan out there. Really, it has a great selection of stories in it. And it's not just because it has Oliver in it, even though that's a plus. For me, anyway. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? eBay, local hobby store, sometimes Walmart or Target. And number 5, what price should you pay? For the VHS, both the 1994 and 1996 and 2003 prints stay in the $5 to $10 range, and the same for the
DVD as well. You really don't want to go over $10 for this. So thanks for joining me for this spooky edition of Home Media Reviews. It's not even October yet, and I'm talking in a Halloween voice. Hooray! But next episode, we round out our coverage of the 12 original volumes of Thomas and Friends on VHS. Because then after Rusty to the Rescue, they stop numbering the volumes. They just start putting out random stuff with stories that you've already seen. But hey, they like money, so they're gonna make you buy it. So yeah, kind of an end of an era. We can say goodbye to the Shining Time Station Sun and all that classic stuff, and now it's time for the new stuff to roll in now. But still on VHS. We haven't broken the shackles of VHS quite yet, but we are getting closer and closer with each new episode. Anyway, enough about that. I'll go ahead and let you all go with your merry way, or go on your merry way, as I should say. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Boo! Did I scare you? Huh? Did I scare anybody? But anyway, welcome back to another supplemental for Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. It's the week of Halloween, so I decided, hey, let's do another spooky, scary HMR supplemental episode. Except last year I didn't do a supplemental. I skipped ahead in the timeline and we did Thomas's Halloween Adventures for Halloween last year. But this year, it's a supplemental because I don't have any other Halloween releases to showcase that I haven't already showcased. So yeah, we're doing another supplemental. It's been a while since we've done one of these, but this supplemental is on Percy's Ghostly Trick from 2008, I believe. Yes, 2008. I had my source pulled up on my laptop off camera over here, so I had to look really quick. But yeah, this is Percy's Ghostly Trick from 2008, so let's go ahead and take a look at it here. As you can see, Thomas and Friends logo, some spooky, scary spider webs, Percy's Ghostly Trick in a very ghostly font with, looks kind of like Frankenstein right there with the ghostly, kind of like it's stitched together. It looks pretty cool. There's a ghost over there, and there's Percy looking very spooked. Some jack-o'-lanterns down there. It's a very spooky cover art here. I really like it. On the side, we've got our Hit Entertainment logo. My camera will ever focus. Come on, there you go. Thomas and Friends logo, Percy's Ghostly Trick, Cartoon Thomas, Anchor Bay down there at the bottom. On the back, Thomas and Friends logo, Percy's Ghostly Trick. There's your blurb about what's on the disc, a snapshot from Woolly Bear, and another snapshot from Thomas and Percy's Mountain Adventure. Features, 6 fun-filled stories, a sing-along song, Thomas's Anthem. We have a game, Who Am I, and a character gallery. Text specs down there at the bottom. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, oh, Lego Lover's just going to open it up, but do not be deceived. It's actually a slipcover. Ooh. And if we look underneath, it's a standard 2007 print of Percy's Ghostly Trick. Wow, so it's kind of like we're looking at 2 copies here today. Right there. It's in that style of, late 2000s reprint of VHS tapes and such. Percy's Ghostly Trick and other Thomas stories. Percy right there looking spooked. Oliver and Toad at the bottom. On the side, Cartoon Thomas, DVD logo, scroll on down, Anchor Bay at the bottom. On the back, same snapshots as there were on the slipcover. Throw that there. I presume it's the same blurb. I haven't read either of them. Bonus features are the same. Story stops are the same. Now we open it up. Eco case. Ugh. There's your disc, squished up version of the poster art on this poster right here and not on the slipcover. Now the slipcover itself is actually pretty cool, and prior to us going into the menu tour, I'm actually going to take this into a dark room to show you what it looks like in the dark. That's a clue to what it does in the dark. Okay, so I tried to take this into my closet over here and show you all that This does glow in the dark. The ghostly trick, the ghost, and the jack-o'-lanterns and Percy's eyes actually glow in the dark, but my camera wasn't picking it up very well. Actually, not at all, really. It was just a dark screen. So I decided, well, we can't exactly show that on camera. So, but take my word for it. If I can get a picture of it, I'll put it up right after the segment's done. But if not, we are going to go ahead and transition into our menu tour of Percy's Ghostly Trick.
Welcome to the island of Sodor. I'm Sir Topham Hatt, and this is Percy. We are so happy that you are here. We have so much planned for you today, and we can't wait to take you on all the adventures of Percy's Ghostly Trick. Get your tickets and hop on board for all sorts of non-stop fun. To watch all the adventures of Percy's Ghostly Trick, select Play All Stories. If you wish to select one of your favorite adventures, please choose Pick a Story. Percy's Ghostly Trick comes with an exciting game for you to enjoy. To play, pick the Who Am I game. Learn more about your Island of Sodor friends by visiting the Character Gallery. For more fun, there is also a sing-along song. With so many places for you to explore, you and Percy had better get started. Have fun.
Alright everyone, here we are for our menu tour for Percy's Ghostly Trick, and man, what a throwback that was. It's been so long since we've had a classic series release supplemental, and even at that, a classic series release on this show for a long time. I'd actually forgotten that I would unmute my TV and let that little menu thing always play through whenever we did menu tours for all the classic series releases. I can't remember off the top of my head if Percy's Ghostly Trick is one of those that I skipped doing a menu tour on. I can't imagine it was. Ah, well, we're going to go ahead and look at the menu anyway, because it's been a long time since we have. So pick a story. What kind of stories do we have on here? Percy's Ghostly Trick, Woolly Bear, Thomas and Percy's Mountain Adventure. This is a story that a lot of people hate. I honestly like it. I mean, yeah, it's a bad rewrite, and it's not covered up very well, but it's still an entertaining story. Escape, one of the best episodes of Thomas and Friends ever made. Oliver owns up a pretty good one, and plus it stars Oliver, and All at Sea. All of these episodes are classics, by the way. I love Percy's Ghostly Trick. Who am I? I'm debating whether or not I want to play that game. Character Gallery, I don't think that they changed anything. Oh no, it's actually kind of different here. Look at that. Thomas, James, Percy. I think Sir Topham Hatt's actually telling us something. Let's listen.
Even learn fun facts about each of them. Use your arrow buttons on your remote control to pick your favorite character, and press the enter button to begin. You can either sit back and read along, or, if you're in a hurry to see a favorite Sodor friend, you can click on...
Alright, so it's like an interesting setup to the character gallery here. Let's choose Fergus. Fergus is an interesting character.
Fergus is a traction engine who works at the cement works. Working around all the dust has given Fergus a chronic cough, but he is extremely reliable and always plays by the rules. Unsurprisingly, he's resistant to change and can be irritated when other engines muck about.
Huh, interesting. I didn't know Fergus had a chronic cough. That's a detail that the TV series kind of skipped out on. Let's choose somebody else. Donald Douglas or Harvey. Let's choose Harvey. He's not really represented enough.
Harvey is a good-natured crane engine, brought to the island to help loading and unloading of freight. No job is too big for him. He's used in the yards, the docks, and building sites, but his true home is the Sodor Waterworks. Although at first the other engines teased him for his unique look, Harvey, with his breakdown crane, soon proved that he too was a really useful engine.
I think I learned that fact about the waterworks in another character gallery which also featured Harvey. So I already knew that, but thanks for Topham Hatt. Let's choose one last engine. You know what? In honor of my boy John, a.k.a. Duncan Wind Railway, we're going to look at Duncan.
Duncan means well, but will rock and roll whenever the mood takes him. He tends to have a mind of his own, which makes him obstinate and rude on occasions. He has a big heart, but is a little misguided. Duncan is now part of my narrow gauge railway, of which he feels very overworked. Duncan first went to the narrow gauge railway when Peter Sam had an accident.
Okay, cool. Interesting how Duncan is the only narrow gauge engine on this section. I'm kind of confused by that. It kind of makes me think of when I was a kid. I had a lot of take-along characters, but the only narrow gauge character I had was Duncan. I'm not really sure why. He was just the only one I ever got. So, was that a reference to me? Probably not. Sing-along song, I think I can guess which one it is. It's the Thomas Anthem, which is a throwback to the VHS release of Percy's Ghostly Trick, where the Thomas Anthem was the very first sing-along song to ever show up on a VHS ever. So yeah, I want to thank you guys for joining me on this spooky, scary HMR supplemental on Percy's Ghostly Trick. I'm very happy to have this special 2007 released version with the very rare sort of kind of glow-in-the-dark slipcover. Happy that that glows as well. That, everybody's going to wrap up our supplemental for Halloween 2017. So I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. And have a very, very happy Halloween. Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Before we get started, I just want to go ahead and mention that to knock out these supplementals as quickly as I can, because I have a lot of them planned already for 2018. I mean, this is what, supplemental number 5 or 6 already. I was planning on not having as many as last year. This is a momentous occasion because we are going to have 3, count them, 3 HMRs air on the channel this Monday. You're seeing this one at around maybe 7:30 or so. The second one will more than likely air in the afternoon, maybe around 11. And then the final one will air later in the evening, maybe around 5 or 6. So like I said, 3 supplementals are coming at you today. I hope you appreciate this because this is a lot of work. It's a lot of extra work I'm putting on myself, but I want to get rid of these supplementals. I'm sick of doing these, really. I want to get caught up to modern day and talk about the new stuff. So, you can see on your screen right now, the first supplemental is on Percy's Ghostly Trick. Last year, at the tail end of 2017, I picked up this lot. And this lot had some pretty interesting things in it. And one of them was a Percy's Ghostly Trick from 1996. Which is one of the 90s reprints that I didn't have. This is the 1994 version of Percy's Ghostly Trick, one of the last releases in this classic VHS style. It was released by Quality Family Entertainment. If you recall, there's your tape. Over here is the 1996 version. As you can see, it is in that late 90s style. It still maintains the green color scheme, except the greens are not the same. This green over here is a little bit lighter, while this one is a little bit darker. So, we have All Aboard for Magical Adventures with Thomas and Friends. Magical Adventures, alright, that's interesting. Brett Allcroft logo, Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, Percy's Ghostly Trick, and other Thomas stories. The exact same screenshot from the 94 version. I just hit the tripod, I'm sorry, except this one is a little bit lighter. I guess they went in post and kind of brightened this image up a lot, because this one is actually really dark. I'm not sure if it's just because the VHS artwork has faded over time, but this one is a lot lighter and a lot more vibrant. Storyteller George Carlin. This one is pretty used. I think it was loved a lot. You can see a lot of edge wear on it and stuff. The seller to tape up something right there, which I could have done, but he did it for me, so thank you, Mr. Seller, or Mrs. Seller. There's Thomas on the side with tracks underneath him. Does that look focused? It looks focused, okay. Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, Percy's Ghostly Trick, another Thomas Stories, Brett Allcroft logo again. The back, Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo, Anchor Bay logo there, UPC code, Oliver and Toad with live action animation. This is actually not the same screenshot
from 1994. This is a screenshot of Thomas and Toby, Oliver and Toad. I keep throwing that down over there. Blurb about what's on the tape, story stops. It's interesting how they actually thought to put the Thomas Anthem at the top because it comes first before all the other stories. I would have guessed that Anchor Bay would have screwed up and put it on the bottom because that's what they've been doing with all of their songs for when they're listed, and your label looks like so. It's very simplistic compared to the 94 label, which, as I usually do, I'll compare them here. There's what they look like side by side. Now we'll just casually put these away, like so. Also, this one has a big chunk missing out of the sides. Just thought I'd mention that to show just how used it really is. So that, ladies and gents, wraps up this supplemental for home media reviews. Keep an eye out later on at around 11 or 12. A second supplemental will be airing. Just want to remind you of that. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This time around we're taking a look at another copy of Percy's Ghostly Trick. I have the Halloween version here on the screen to just refresh your memory. This is the most recent version we've taken a look at here of Percy's Ghostly Trick. It had this really awesome slipcover that glowed in the dark and everything. It was cool, I liked it a lot. We took off the slipcover. Underneath it was just a regular copy of Percy's Ghostly Trick. The slipcover was really the only exclusive thing about this, but it was pretty cool because the glow was really good. But today we have something else to look at here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. We have a Wooden Train bonus pack version of Percy's Ghostly Trick to look at here. This comes courtesy of another fandom member and a personal friend of mine, Turtles and Thomas. When I was over at his house for our first ever meetup to see Thomas and the Magic Railroad in theaters, he gifted me 3 Wooden Train bonus packs that he had probably 5 or 6 copies of, and he just wanted to get rid of them, and I could make videos out of them for my channel. So Turtles, huge thank you to you for providing the item that we are going to be showing off in this video. The Wooden Train bonus pack in question is this one, Percy's Ghostly Trick. And as you can see, up at the top, it comes with a new style Terrence. Now, I'll go ahead and say here that in the next 2 supplementals here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews, the other Wooden Train bonus packs are going to be sealed, and I'm going to open them on camera. This one is not sealed because I had to open it to actually get the new style Terrence out because I needed it for my Terrence the Tractor remake, which if you have not seen that, you should check that out because it's pretty good. So we've got Terrence up there at the top in a little window, Wooden Train bonus pack underneath it, DVD logo, Thomas Friends logo. Your regular Percy's Ghostly Trick artwork underneath it includes Thomas & Friends wooden railway engine down there at the bottom. Does have a bit of damage there, but that's okay. Cartoon Thomas there, and a little blurb there, train bonus pack. DVD logo, Thomas & Friends. Title once again, Anchor Bay logo and product number. The back features screenshots from both Woolly Bear and Thomas and Percy's Mountain Adventure. You've got a little blurb about the release. Storyteller George Carlin, as well as Thomas and Friends logos, making trash to great destinations. There's your blurb. Bonus features include character gallery, sing-along song, and a game. And your story stops are listed there at the bottom. And below that, even, you have a Wooden Train bonus pack little information card there. It says, includes Thomas and Friends wooden railway engine. These kind of suck, though, because they're not as cool as the ones that came with VHS tapes, because on those you actually had a description of the item that was included. This one just says, hey, this includes a wooden railway toy. The other ones had a description. If you got Henry or if you got James, this one's just like, hey, you get something. Stop talking about it, basically. Tech specs and stuff down there at the bottom, runtimes, all that good stuff. Oh, there's also a top I should show you. It's pretty basic up there. So I'm going to open this up. Show you the Terrence first off. It's a nice Terrence. I like the new style Terrence more than the old style one. Like I said previously, I needed it for my Terrence the Tractor remake, mainly because this one actually has treads. My Terrence is the old style one and doesn't have treads, unfortunately. So, good item there for Terrence. I might actually be doing a review of that pretty soon. There is where he was sitting. These are just a couple of flaps that you can flip open here. And if we pull out the release itself, I did not open a seal on this Percy's Ghostly Trick. It just wasn't sealed at all. But this should look fairly familiar to you. Now, it does have a security sticker up there at the top. So I'm going to go grab a knife, and we are going to see if there's any inserts inside of this. I'm willing to bet that there's not. Be very careful here and slide this across the top. Do our best here. There we go. Oh, there actually is an insert. Wow, how about that? Look at that. Percy's Ghostly Trick, insert there, and there's our disc with our hit logo, Anchor Bay logo, all that good stuff. Is it the same disc as in this version? Let's find out. Yep, same disc. So let's take a look at the insert, because that's actually cool that's there. You got your poster art. Open it up. Hop on board for train loads of fun with all your favorite Island of Sodor friends. You've got a list of bonus features here. I still don't know how the main menu is a bonus feature, but that's okay. Pick a Story is also a bonus feature. Don't know how that's a bonus feature either. There's the game, Who Am I? There's your sing-along song menu, and there's your character gallery menu. And on the back, oh wow, nostalgic overload right there. I used to love seeing these photos of all the different releases that you could get. I had a pamphlet when I was younger. I can't remember what release it was from, but I actually marked out which ones I had and circled which ones I didn't have. So I was like, I need to keep track of the ones I do have and the ones I don't have. Now I have all these and I don't have to do that anymore. Down at the bottom you got books for every Thomas fan. I had this, actually, Thomas's Big Story book. I had that when I was younger. Don't have it anymore, unfortunately, but I did have it. Good books, I suppose. Look for these and other Thomas and Friends titles wherever books are sold. And Random House Children's Books logo there. Nice little insert there. Nothing too special, but it is cool that it is included here. And if you heard, there is something else rattling around inside of this thing. It's a pamphlet. Look at this here. You got a little advertisement. Print a free Thomas coloring sheet and find information on a retailer near you at learningcurve.com/ThomasFun. I don't think that works anymore since Learning Curve has been out of business for a while, but that is cool to still see. Let's open this up. These pamphlets, man, nostalgic overload once again. Let's back the camera up a little bit here so you can actually see. Oh, wow. Look at this. This is amazing. Track section up here. You got a battery-powered section down here. Useful extras down here. That's Sodor Blocks and Bridges tunnel set. Does anybody have that in the fandom? I don't remember exactly, but I always wanted that as a kid. Here are the sets. Oh, I had the Conductor Shed figure 8 set, actually. That was one of my first Thomas Wooden Railway sets. Harold's Mail Delivery. I always thought this one was cool. The Tidmouth's Travel Station set. Seasons on Sodor. I had the Day at the Work set too. I had a friend I knew who had the Down by the Docks set. And I had another friend that had the Lift and Load set, which was pretty awesome to see. When I was over at his house, that's actually where I saw the Flying Scotsman for the first time. Wow, this is bringing back so many memories. Set expansion packs? Oh wow, it gives you like pointers about how you can like expand your sets. Oh, that's cool. And you get a free builder's guide inside each expansion pack. Dude, I miss these days of Wooden Railway. This was so awesome back in the day. Got advertisement for 60th anniversary sets with the Henry and the set with Thomas and Henry. I think Leo Can Video did a video on that. Copyright information. What's on the back? Oh, the engines. Yes, the engines. Look at all this. Engines, coaches, and cars. Collect them all. And I wanted to when I was younger, believe me. I've had the collector's gene in me ever since I was a kid. That's strange. You got Duncan and Skarloey, but none of the other narrow gauge engines are here. But you do have a little new thing by Arthur and a new look for D199. New for Spencer. Not new for Murdoch and Emily, though. That's interesting. Multi-car packs. They're still using that. Look at that. They're still using the prototype Oliver picture there for the Sodor gift pack with Henrietta. That's, wow, that's so cool. Bridges and Destinations. That's, I think, no, that's not the Cranky I had. That's the newer Cranky. Deluxe Cranky. Bridges and Tunnels. Roadway Adventures. Oh, man, this is crazy. I'm so happy this came with a pamphlet because wow, I needed that boost of nostalgia. Wow, that's crazy. You know, one thing I never could figure out when I was younger is getting these pamphlets back in the way that they were supposed to go. Look at that, that's not right. Alright, it's back the way it should be. That's in great condition, too. Think about that. That's been sitting in this box for probably over a decade now. I mean, wow. I mean, it's got creases and everything in it because it's been sitting in a box for that long. But, dude, that's so cool to find a pamphlet inside of there. I really hope the other ones have pamphlets, too. I haven't shaken them around to see if anything is inside of them, but I'm really, really hyped now to open those other two bonus packs. So I think the coolest part about this entire set, as a surprise to no one, is probably the Terrence that comes with it. I just think this guy is so cool. He's so much better than the old style. All except for the face, but this isn't a Thomas Wooden Railway review, although I could make one on Terrence now since I've got two versions to compare and contrast to. But yeah, I think my favorite part about this entire set is the Terrence because I got to use him in my Terrence the Tractor remake. And the fact that Turtles gifted this to me was also pretty cool. It's got a cool story behind it of where I got it and who it came from. So a big thank you to Turtles and Thomas once again for gifting me this Percy's Ghostly Trick Wooden Train bonus pack and for making this supplemental possible. With all that being said, thank you guys so very much for watching this supplemental. I will see you all next time. Good night, everybody.
Hey there everybody, and welcome back to Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. And right now, we are talking about Rusty to the Rescue, a bit of a controversial episode because all the Railway Series fans out there are like, bloody rats, too bloody Americanized, where's my tea? Yeah, that's my impression of you Railway Series fanatics out there. And I have just offended every single one of you. Sorry, not sorry. Okay, so we're not actually talking about the episode Rusty to the Rescue. We are talking about the releases of Rusty to the Rescue on various home media formats. Hence the name, Home Media Reviews. You would think people would realize that, but sadly some people are stupid. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump right into the history portion of Rusty to the Rescue. So Rusty to the Rescue was originally released in 1995 by Video Treasures, Anchor Bay in 1996, and then was re-released again by Anchor Bay in 2003, and then yet again by Anchor Bay onto DVD in 2008. So yeah, Rusty to the Rescue had a fairly somewhat long lifespan. It wasn't that long if you really look at it, but it had a couple of substantial releases that were thrown in there. And yeah, let's go ahead and move on to the close-up section for Rusty to the Rescue.
Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up view of Rusty to the Rescue on VHS. Now, as you can probably already tell, we're in a different setting right now. That's because the lighting upstairs where I usually film these
close-ups really sucks right now because it's raining and there's not a lot of natural light, but we're in this room, has a lot of natural light in it right now, so the next few close-ups will be filmed here, but not to worry. We'll be back upstairs in my room / studio in time, I suppose. But anyway, let's get into Rusty to the Rescue on VHS. So this is the original 1995 release. I don't have the reprint from 1996 or the DVD from 2008, so only one copy to show you this time. Oh well, sad face. So, you guys can go ahead and say goodbye to this style of VHS, because after this style never returns. It never makes a comeback. It is gone after 12 successful volumes. They scrap its style. So yeah. The Shining Time Station Sun, as I said before, it is sans, and now we have all new Thomas adventures, including new friends never seen on TV. And that's because this is the first release to ever include narrow gauge episodes. Hence why it's called Rusty to the Rescue, and you know, there's Rusty right on the cover. Storyteller George Carlin's circle on the side. There's that Thomas that we all know and love. Scroll down the spine here. Britt Allcroft. On the back, Britt Allcroft inks, copyright information, and address and such. Nice picture of Thomas and Stepney, with Thomas looking pretty jealous, almost like he wants to murder Stepney. Your blurb about what's on the tape and such, and your story stops. As you can see, narrow gauge, narrow gauge, narrow gauge, narrow gauge, narrow gauge, standard gauge. Pretty much how that goes out. And as you can see, there's Gone Fishing, our second music vid ever to make its debut onto Thomas and Friends VHS. Here's your tape, Rusty to the Rescue. The sticker logo, the sticker labels, sorry I can't speak today, won't be totally gone until around, we'll say, the early 2000s is when they started doing ink labels. So yeah, pretty much that's when we can say goodbye to the stickers. But for now, we're stuck with the stickers. So, that's your close-up view of Rusty to the Rescue. Let's head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alrighty, fans, friends, and followers, we're back from the close-up section, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? eBay, local hobby store. Probably won't find this at your local Walmart or Target, but I forgot to mention this in our last episode. You could probably find this at your local FYE if you have an FYE near you. I've actually seen this multiple times. And the reason I haven't picked it up yet is because it already has a piece of rolling stock packaged with it that I already own. And I don't want two, and I just don't want 2 dumper cars. I mean, why exactly would you want 2 of those things? Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? As far as I'm concerned, no, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? This gets a pretty solid recommend from me. It's got some nice episodes in there, and it's just a nice release overall. Mostly narrow gauge stories, so that'll please the Railway Series fanatics, I suppose. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? eBay, hobby store. I guess hobby store for the VHS. I've been saying hobby store a lot because I've gotten so used to saying it. But now exactly that I think about it, you probably can't find this at a hobby store. You probably can't find a hobby store anymore. But I'd say eBay or FYE. And number 5, what price should you pay? For the VHS versions, don't go over $5 for either of those. I mean, you can if you can be lenient, but for me, I would stay in the $5 range for both of those. For the DVD, same deal. Stay in the $5 range for it. Especially if it comes with another little extra dumper thing. Don't buy it because it's a dumper. Why would you need that? Anyway, that's my quick review on Rusty to the Rescue. Actually, it's not that quick. This video is probably going to be about 10 minutes long because that's how long these things average out to be, because I talk like a maniac. So yeah, next episode we will be looking at one of my favorite releases of all time. Yeah, I know I kind of dogged it for being just a rehash of previous episodes. That's pretty much all it is, really. But I like it solely for my personal nostalgic memories with this. It's Thomas Comes to Breakfast. So that will be our next episode. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This time, we are taking a look at Rusty to the Rescue. This is another one of our older HMRs. I believe this was like episode 13, 14, or 15, somewhere along that line. Of course, I've made over 50 of these now, so I don't recall off the top of my head each HMR's number. But this is an older one. I know that Rusty to the Rescue was released probably sometime around like 2015 or 2016 or so, maybe early 2016, I'm not really sure. So anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at Rusty to the Rescue. This is the 2008 original printing of this, so let's go ahead and take a look at it. Got Rusty to the Rescue in a weird font up there, Rusty in a shed. That's the season, or the large scale Rusty, not really specific to any season, since he was used throughout much of the newer era in seasons 6 and 7 and such. So, yeah, it's the large-scale Rusty with the big protruding face, which I'm really not that big of a fan of. I really like the season 4 miniature-scale Rusty. I'm also a fan of the miniature-scale Skarloey Railway models. I really wish they would have brought those back and not used the larger scale versions, but whatever, you can't change the past. On the side here, we've got the Hit Entertainment logo. There we go, focus. Apologize for the boom of light. I'm currently running out of daylight as I'm filming this, so we're rushing to get this done. Rusty to the Rescue. Cartoon Thomas. He's not in a portrait anymore like he was with Percy Takes the Plunge, so I guess he downgraded. And we've got the Anchor Bay logo. That's also how you can tell that this is an original release, because of, the newer Anchor Bay logo down there. On the back, Rusty to the Rescue. You've got your blurb about what's on the disc and such. There we go. That's a shot from Trusty Rusty. I believe that's also a shot from Trusty Rusty, or maybe from another narrow gauge story from the newer era of Thomas and Friends. There's nothing from the classic series in either of these two screenshots. That might confuse kids, I'm not sure. That's just a weird choice, to me at least. Features, 6 fun-filled stories, sing-along song, sort of memories, and an activity sheet. I think that's printable, because you can see there's no pamphlet or anything inside here, just the cheap plastic, which I loathe. We've also got our disc with a squished-up version of the poster art. So, with all that being said, let's go ahead and jump right into the menu tour for Rusty to the Rescue. Alrighty everybody, here we are for our menu tour for Rusty to the Rescue. And as I said in the Percy Takes the Plunge supplemental, which you saw 2 weeks ago, I'm filming the Rusty to the Rescue close menu tour on the exact same day. So, still not feeling too hot, but hey, it'll pass at some point. So let's go ahead and take a look at our menu here. There is always no dialogue from the top over there. It's just the new series theme. First of all, Rusty! Hey, that's pretty awesome that they actually made like a cartoon model of Rusty just to put in this menu. That's really awesome. So let's take a look at the Pick a Story section. You have Grandpuff, you have Sleeping Beauty, you have A Bad Day for Sir Handel. Rusty helps Peter Sam, which is interestingly titled Trucks on Trackside Tunes. I was always confused. I always thought they were two separate stories, but Rusty to the Rescue and Thomas and Stepney. Let's look at the sing-along song. It is Gone Fishing. It's the original Gone Fishing version, which was sung by, I think it was Junior Campbell. I'm pretty sure. It was either Mike or Junior that was singing it, so it's not the kids choir version is what I'm saying.
Sodor Memories, it's the exact same bonus feature from Percy Takes the Plunge, which they stole off the early years. I'm not going to pick any character to listen to this time, just because. So let's take a look at the activity sheet. This disc contains a Thomas activity sheet. To print, load this disc into your computer's DVD-ROM drive and open activitysheet.jpg within your web browser. Please ask a grown-up to help you. So I get a free activity sheet if I stick this in my computer's ROM drive. That's cool. I get a free activity sheet that I'll probably do nothing with and probably will never print out or even use. Let's take a look at the sneak peeks. Same sneak peeks as Percy Takes the Plunge. It's Wow Wow Wubbsy and Thomas the Tank Engine. Pretty sure that the Thomas the Tank Engine trailer is that standard trailer, and I was correct. So there's really no point in looking at that. You know what? Just for the heck of it, let's look at this.
Wow, wow, everyone. My name is Wubbsy.
Wubbsy lives in a tree, he likes to play, play, play. He's got a bendy tail and he likes it that way. Wow, wow, Wubbsy, 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 wow, wow. Rigid is his friend, she likes to build. She hammers and she saws and her toolbox is filled. Wow, wow, Wubbsy, 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 wow, wow. Walden is their friend, he's really smart. He knows about science and books and art. Wow, wow, Wubbsy, 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 wow, wow. Wubbsy and Rigid and Walden are friends. Wow, wow, Wubbsy, 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 wow, wow. And when they get together, the fun never ends. Wow, wow, Wubbsy, 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 wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Well, looks like quite the interesting show. I've never actually seen that show, but if it's anything from the opening titles there, or the trailer there from the theme song, it looks so freaking annoying. Interestingly, from the producers of The Fairly Odd Parents. That's weird, because The Fairly Odd Parents is still going nowadays, but they completely ruined it because they changed the theme song and changed everything, and it's just not Fairly Odd Parents anymore. It's not. Anyway, that wraps up our menu tour and our supplemental on Rusty to the Rescue. I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. And yes, you're seeing this right, there are 2 HMRs in your sub box this morning. If you saw earlier at around 7 to 7:30 or so, there was already a HMR supplemental uploaded to the channel where we took a look at this copy of James Learns a Lesson. It was a pretty good supplemental, I would say. However, last year I did way too many supplementals on this show, and it pushed the regular timeline for the show back substantially. So, this time, whenever we have supplementals that are extremely short, like the James Learns a Lesson one, and this one on Rusty to the Rescue from 1996, I will be doing double uploads. I did this once or twice last year, so this isn't really a new thing for HMR. But I just thought that, since we have a lot of new fans here, I thought I'd explain it for you guys. So as previously stated, this supplemental is on the Rusty to the Rescue 1996 reprinted version. I scored this off of eBay for about $5 last year at the tail end of 2017. So let's go ahead and take a look at it here. It's fairly similar to its 1995 counterpart, which I have over here for comparison's sake. As we look here, over here is more of the classic VHS style from the early 90s, that we all know and love. And over here is the late 90s reprint style that really became popular when Thomas and the Special Letter was released and Thomas and his friends help out later on. They're both orange. This one is a lighter orange, however. The big Thomas and Friends logo, or Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo on this one. You've also got up here includes 2 stories never before seen on TV. It also says it over here on this VHS, however it's in a yellow bar on the corner. And the Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo is smaller because of it. Both of the cases, however, do use the exact same Rusty image. This one looks to use like some kind of blue filter on it. It doesn't really show up through the camera, but if you look at this in real life, it really looks like there's a blue filter over it, while this one just looks normal. Storyteller George Carlin on both of them. However, this one has like a crayon outline around it. Sides, fairly similar. You see track patterns on these late 90s reprint boxes. I kind of like this, honestly. Same picture of Thomas on the side, except one has tracks under it. Backs are actually extremely different, as you can see. Over here you have distributed by Strand and all that good stuff. Brett Allcroft Presents, all that good stuff. No, not Strand, distributed by Video Treasures. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. Screenshot from Thomas and Stepney on there with live action animation, blurbs, story stops. While on this one, you have distributed by Anchor Bay, a screenshot from Grand Puff with Duke, Sir Handel, and Peter Sam, or I'm sorry, Stewart and Falcon, because that's what they were originally named, with live action animation extremely huge and kind of overtaking the screenshot, I guess you could say. I presume this is the same blurb. I haven't read either one of them, so. And then your story stops in that really weird way that they listed the story stops on the late 90s reprints, where they go across instead of down, which they should really go down, but, you know, whatever. Slide our tape out. This actually should look very familiar, because if we slide the tape out on the 1995 print, it's exactly the same. I'll bring them both close to the camera here. They are the same tape, which means this version is actually a 1995 print tape with a 1996 box. So what does that mean for me, really? I don't technically have a 1996 print of Rusty to the Rescue, but I do have the box for it, so I thought that that was worthy enough of doing an HMR for. And I'll go ahead and flash a picture of the 1996 tape up on the screen here. There's really not much difference. The only difference between the two tapes is the fact that the Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends logo on the 95 print right here is a little bigger. It's a little more bloated, but that's really the only difference between the two tapes. However, if you see a tape that looks like this, then that is the 1999 reprinted version, which I presume comes in this box right here. So that wraps up this supplemental on Rusty to the Rescue. It's a little shorter, I know, but, you know, I gave you 2 HMRs today. I mean, what else can you really ask for? 3 HMRs? That's never happening in one day. So, with all that being said, thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hey there guys, how are you? And welcome back to another episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Yeah, the series is finally back for one final episode to close out 2015. I was like, hey, let's do one more to close out the year. So we're back. Unfortunately, it's not a Christmas-themed one or, you know, like a New Year's-themed release. That'd be kind of cool if they made it a Thomas & Friends New Year's episode. I don't think they have, but if they ever do, that'd be kind of cool. But yeah, it's just your old average run-of-the-mill episode here. But hey, the series ain't dead. It's still going strong. And right now we're here to talk about Thomas and the Special Letter. That's right, we're not talking about Thomas Comes to Breakfast because I received a barrage of angry comments saying, you're not doing it in the right chronological order. Where's my tea? Yeah, that's basically what happened. They weren't angry comments. They were basically just saying, hey, this is the wrong order. So to those of you who pointed that out, thank you, because I almost did it in the wrong chronological order. Without further ado, let's go ahead and talk about the history of Thomas and the Special Letter. So Thomas and the Special Letter was first released on VHS in 1995 and then was reissued on VHS in 2002. It was then later released onto DVD in 2007. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's like a newer 2014, 2015 reissue of this. I know this can be found in a double pack with James Goes Buzz Buzz, but I've never seen that in person, so I'm not sure if it's been reissued or not. If any of y'all could tell me, that would be much appreciated. But this is all the history I could find. So let's go ahead and move into the close-up section of my copy of Thomas and the Special Letter.
Alrighty, everyone. Here's your close-up view of Thomas and the Special Letter on VHS. Now, this VHS only have one copy to show you. Don't have a reprint from the early 2000s. Only the original 1996 version to show off here. So, as you can see, it's in the style from the late 90s reprinted versions. Thomas and the Special Letter, the large Thomas the Tank Engine logo. It says up here at the top, if you can see that. Yeah, it says up here at the top, all new Thomas adventures, including new friends never seen on TV. Cool, that's cool. Got a nice picture of Thomas and Gordon from, oddly enough, that's from Thomas Meets the Queen, actually, which is our next episode, so that's interesting. Storyteller George Carlin, looks like a kid drew on it. On the side, there's Thomas with his tracks. Riddercroft, Anchor Bay, information and such up there. Nice screenshot of Gordon, Stepney, Thomas and James. There's Duck back there too, except Gordon kind of got half his face cut off. He looks kind of like Two-Face. And Duck, well, Duck looks like a scrap engine. Your blurb about what's on the tape and such, and your story stops. And also a song. Don't judge a book by its cover. You'll make your mind up too soon. I'll stop now. Thomas and the Special Letter, interesting sticker, actually, since there's no, like, line under here like it normally would be. Just a little tiny change that they made in these releases from time and time again. So that's it for the close-up of the 1996 version of Thomas and the Special Letter. Let's go ahead and move on back and answer the 5 main questions, as always.
And poof, we're back, ready to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? For both the VHS versions, eBay, Goodwill, local hobby store, stuff like that. And for the DVD, you can probably find it at some local retailers. FYE is probably your best bet, though. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? To my prior knowledge, I have no idea, so I'm going to say no. Number 3, should you pick this product up? I would say, yeah, it's a definite recommend. I really enjoy this release. It has some of my favorite episodes on it, and yeah, I would definitely give it a recommend. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Again, like I said earlier, eBay, Goodwill, or FYE are probably your best bets to find this. And number 5, what price should you pay? For both the VHS versions, I'd say they're both not worth anything over $10. And for the DVD version, I would say that one's probably worth around $7 or $8. So that's pretty much it for this home media review on Thomas and the Special Letter. It's great to be back, and hopefully in a couple of weeks, probably in about mid-January of 2016, I will probably start this series back up regularly like I was doing it earlier. I'll probably have a few episodes stored up in the bank by then, and yeah, I'll be ready to start uploading them consistently yet again. So our next review will be on the various releases, or just release, of Thomas Meets the Queen and other stories. Yeah, thanks for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Thomas and the Special Letter on DVD. Again, another classic series DVD that I did not have and now I've recently picked up. So, before we get started, I'm going to give you a brief history on what Thomas and the Special Letter was released on and when it was released and all that stuff. Because, you know, it's been a while since we've taken a look at Thomas and the Special Letter. This was not another one of the earlier HMRs. I believe it was like episode 13 or 14, I think. So, in 1995, you could have gotten this version of Thomas and the Special Letter. The original version here, which are in the style of the late 90s reprints of other releases, but this was a new release, so it wasn't a reprint. You could also buy it again in 2002 in a VHS copy that looks something like this, and then you could buy it yet again in 2007 on DVD, which is this version. The only version I'm missing is the version from 2002, and people are charging out the butt for that on eBay, so I don't think I'm going to be getting my hands on that anytime soon. But anyway, let's take a look at the DVD version here from 2007. So we've got Thomas and the Special Letter. It's interesting how it just says Thomas and the Special Letter. There's no and other stories on there. I guess it's because Birdie was too big or something. I just found that interesting. Birdie on the front there. There's another image from Special Letter where Thomas crashes through the wall. On the side we have Cartoon Thomas, DVD logo. Scroll on down. Still no and other stories, but at least this is yellow, and it's also yellow on the front. We can't say the same for Thomas Gets Bumped in our last supplemental, could we? And now we have the Anchor Bay logo down at the bottom there. On the back, we have Making Trash Great Destinations, a screenshot from Thomas and the Special Letter, and I believe that's another screenshot from Thomas and the Special Letter. Ignore the broken off UPC code. This actually came new from Amazon, and I had to peel off the security sticker that was on the top here. Those pesky stickers that always stop you from opening up your case, and it kind of ripped off the UPC code there. There's our blurb about what's on the disc and such. Bonus features, her Topham Hatt scrapbook, sing-along song, and bonus DVD game, and our story stops. Open this up. There's our disc, squished out version of the poster art, now with the HIT logo thrown on there, because this was 2007, so I guess that makes sense. And here's our pamphlet. So it's the exact same poster art from the beginning. All aboard for exciting adventures with all of your Island of Sodor friends. I don't think that was much better than the Thomas Gets Bumped Sir Topham Hatt impression, but whatever. Bonus features. The main menu is a bonus feature. Interesting. Pick a story section. Fun with numbers. Believe that's our game. Sing along. And Topham Hatt scrapbook. And on the back, as always, we have advertisements for other Thomas and Friends home media products. And some books as well. So that pretty much is the gist of Thomas and the Special Letter on DVD. So let's go ahead and jump right into the menu tour of Thomas and the Special Letter.
Hello, I'm Sir Topham Hatt, and this is Thomas. We are so pleased to welcome you to the Island of Sodor. We have so much planned for you today, and the engines can't wait to take you on all the adventures of Thomas and the Special Letter. Hop on board for all sorts of fun. To watch all the adventures of Thomas and the Special Letter, select Play All Stories. If you wish to select one of your favorite adventures, please choose Pick a Story. Thomas and the Special Letter comes with an exciting game for you to enjoy. To play, select Fun with Numbers game. Learn more about your Island of Sodor friends and their special times by visiting my scrapbook. For more fun, there's also a sing-along song. With so many places for you to explore, you and Thomas had better get started. Have a great time.
Alrighty everybody, here we are for our menu tour for Thomas and the Special Letter. Now, interestingly, after Sir Topham had stopped speaking, I waited to mute to see which series theme that HIT chose to put on this. And since Special Letter was put out a little later in the Thomas and Friends lifespan on DVD, they chose to put the new series theme over this menu. Not the classic series theme, the new series theme. Interesting how they made that choice. Anyway,
Let's go ahead and jump right into the menu tour. Let's move to Pick a Story, as we always do. We have Thomas and the Special Letter, Home at Last, Rock and Roll, Steamroller, Toad Stands By, which I remade for an extra special collab that we did back in 2016. And we have Bold Out. We have a game, Fun with Numbers, Sir Topham Hatt's Scrapbook. Let's take a look if it's any different.
Book full of special photos of my Island of Sodor friends that I've taken over the years. I'm very proud of it and would love to share my pictures and the stories behind them with you. To open my scrapbook and flip the pages forward, press the right arrow key on your controller. If you'd like to turn back a page, press the... Bertie is a friendly bus who has a firm friendship with Thomas.
Okay, so this is just the reused feature from New Friends for Thomas. Alright, that doesn't surprise me because Thomas and the Special Letter came out on DVD after New Friends for Thomas did, so it doesn't surprise me that they just reused the old file, I suppose. That is nice, however, that they're throwing it back in on this release, so if you skipped on New Friends for Thomas, you still have a second way to get this very special feature that I like a lot on a classic series release. So, let's look at the one last thing here. What's the sing-along song? It's Don't Judge a Book by its Cover. Don't make your mind up too soon. I actually don't like that song much anymore because of the stupid collab. So that's the sing-along song, and that, ladies and gentlemen, wraps up our menu tour for Thomas and the Special Letter. So I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to yet another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This supplemental is covering another VHS copy of Thomas and the Special Letter. That's why I have the original 90s print of Thomas and the Special Letter here on the screen, just to refresh your memory. If you remember back in the OG HMR that I covered this on, this is the only VHS I had of Thomas and the Special Letter. Only had this version here, and I talked excessively, I think, about how much I wanted the 2000s reprinted version because, I don't know, I just kind of like that poster art a bit better, the colors a bit better. I just really wanted that, and I always wanted it as a kid, but I never got it. That has changed, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is, Thomas and the Special Letter, the early 2000s reprinted version. So, up at the top, Thomas and Friends, Thomas and the Special Letter. Weirdly enough, it's not Thomas and the Special Letter and Other Stories. It's just Thomas and the Special Letter. I always found that interesting. We've got Bertie the bus right there on the front cover, as well as Thomas when he's crashed through the wall. I was always enthralled by this poster as a kid. I think I just really liked the blue-ish, grayish color on the front. And having a road vehicle on the front of any Thomas tape was pretty unique, especially for this time. You didn't really see a lot of road vehicles on here. It was mainly engines. But that's a cool front poster. The side, Cartoon Thomas, Thomas the Special Letter, Ghislaine Entertainment. Don't drop it there. The back has a barcode, Thomas and Friends logo again, storyteller George Carlin. One screenshot from Special Letter, another screenshot featuring Sir Topham Hatt probably yelling at his wife on the phone. I don't know why his wife, I guess he's trying to get a divorce? I don't know. I'm making up my own stories as I go along here. Your blurb about what's on the tape, your story stops, well as your sing-along song. Thomas there off to the side, the Thomas and Friends website link, copyright information down at the bottom, and then your tape is ink labeled to match the other 2000s reprinted tapes, and it looks pretty good. So just like last week with sing-along and stories, this is a bit of a shorter supplemental, mainly because there's not really a lot to compare with these two here. I mean, they're both incredibly different in their own way. I mean, looking at these two tapes, if you didn't know the titles, you wouldn't think that they were the exact same tape. I mean, this has a green color scheme that's more grayish-bluish. It has a completely different character on the front and everything.
You just wouldn't know, and I find that interesting that you would have no idea that these were the same tape if you didn't know how to read. So I want to thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you in the next supplemental. Good night, everybody.